our bravest warriors are out in the battlefield once more to prove once and for all who is the one worthy for glory and recognition. To be at the pinnacle of it all, the championship title. Welcome to Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Salvatore here, joined here by Gian Gaming, as we join you guys to enjoy what it is essentially like good League of Legends for everyone. Gian Gaming, how are things going there?
Dude, I'm just so excited for the matches today because we saw really good performances from our top teams from day 1 to day 2. It's now going to be day 3. We have as well some teams that we saw falling a little bit short, and it's quite unfortunate. And I'm talking about Iron Global Esports Academy and Olfu being eliminated last week. And I wish we had more time to see them. But I'm also equally excited to see how the games are going to pan out later, because the teams that we have on schedule and the couple of updates that we have received just recently are just so good to hear.
Absolutely huge, and we'll get things there once we do have the perfect time for it. But I'm really excited for today's matches because we are nearing the end of our Swiss stages, and therefore it's going to conclude as we head into the playoffs. But before things do start here from there on, let me have a word for you guys with our friends from Games and Amusement Board. Predator Gaming is authorized to officiate Predator League 2026 as an official tournament registered under the approval of the Games and Amusement Board, or GAB, in the Philippines. Once more, thank you so much, Games and Amusement Board, for continuously supervising Predator League Philippines throughout the course of its longevity. And there it is for our friends at GAB. As we go back to things that is League of Legends, you mentioned that you are very excited. I am so much more, because we are nearing to the pinnacle of our Swiss stage as we head into the playoffs. Therefore, having that kind of moment for these teams to actually lash out their 100%, because this is the far more important aspects of the game, which is nearing the end of group stages. You would want to have that 100% in you, so you would have the best possible spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw teams really giving their all. We saw teams having a little bit of experimentation as well. I think what's consistent in the games that we have seen recently is that the games are always ending in like almost 30 minutes. Sometimes a little over that, sometimes a little under that as well. But one thing for sure that we have seen is that some teams are really wanting team fight based compositions more than pick compositions. And what's fascinating to me is that there's one champion actually that I have been really looking into that almost actually has a 100% win rate, and that's Kaisa. But that champion alone, even that one game, almost always receives double digit of kills. And I think that's one of the champions I'm going to be looking into today, if we're still going to be seeing the same amount of consistency, because for some reason our players loves that champion.
It's just matter of effectivity, from numerous patches to adjustment. It's still that champion that delivers so much high octane for the offense of the teams. You'd mentioned how offensive minded these teams are because of the team fighting. I'm really banking on those numbers just so we could have much more action here at Predator League. Let's take a look at the format. Let's have a bit of a review for all the people who are not still aware of what's at stake here at Predator League 2026. First, we have the group stage, which happened during October 4 and October 5, and right now is October 11, which will conclude today our group stages, and tomorrow will be the semifinals. Our group stage will be at a best of one Swiss format. Then we will proceed to a single elimination best of 3 once we reach playoffs, and in the grand finals we also be a best of 3, which will conclude at November 16, and therefore will be crowning the champions of the Predator League 2026 League of Legends, the first, hopefully, of many.
Absolutely, and it's also the last of the I guess the last test of all the teams that are going to be battling for today, because we have 3 matches and it's set in store for them, and about 2 teams will be saying goodbye to the tournament to determine tomorrow is the best of 3 edition. And I think that's going to be a big change in the game, and it's not just because of pride, but it's everything that's at stake here, including our prize pool. And man, it's really just fascinating to see that these players are also being well compensated for their efforts, for their time, for their investment, for everything that they have put into their hearts into the game that they all love. And we've seen some developments of the teams as well. 200,000 is the prize pool, 100,000 goes to the champion, second place gets half of that, and we have compensation for every team that reach this broadcasted stage in our tournament. Basically, from day one, they already have something to win. But what's something to lose for them, and I think is much more important, and I think that's the top spot. So all the teams right now are just giving everything that they've got for that top spot.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge, malaki, gigantes. This is a well enough compensation for the teams that really lashed out during top 8, and I feel like this is one of the few things that the players can really enjoy on, and not just being that sort of champion in League of Legends Predator League. And I kind of like how well supported Predator is when it comes to the League of Legends community, and it's the opportunities that have graced us, gaming. So I'm kind of enjoying so far what's happening here inside of League of Legends, and hopefully we have much more ambience here. So let's take a look at the bracket. What happened during the fallout last weekend, where our players really delivered some hard-hitting League of Legends, and we saw the first two mishaps here at the Swiss stages, where Naos defeated Fervent Esports, and then WP Academy had a default of a game against Life is Roblox, and as well as try lang up against Olfu Esports. And then we had one closer last week with MCOM defeating Ion Global, and now we are here at the 2-0 and 1-1 bracket Gian Gaming, where Naos versus WP Academy will deliver some good League of Legends later on, followed by MCOM versus Trylang and Fervent Esports versus Life is Roblox for our main event.
Yeah, this is, I think, our last match for today as well is just going to be the wildest of them all. Two really strong teams, two very big organizations as well, with top players are going to be battling for last as well. But the first two games are going to be equally important as well, because those matches will determine which of the two teams will actually stay in the tournament and join in the best of 3 semi-finals. And that's a match of MCOM Esports and Trylang, and then the match of Fervent Esports versus Life is Roblox. And we had some of the teams had a little bit of a conflict from last week's Sunday's matches, and especially for Life is Roblox, in which we know the team's performance, the team's capability as well. For Fervent Esports, how well they dominated in their games, MCOM Esports, and how good they demonstrated their skills, and for Trylang as well, for being able to perform this well. And to think that two of those 4 strong teams will have to say goodbye is just, man, I get nervous thinking about it as well. But I'm also equally excited to see how they are going to be responding based on what's at stake.
Let's also address the elephant in the room, Gian Gaming, for quite a short time, because people are scratching their heads. What in the world is the Naos Esports logo doing in the headlining matchups we have for today? Ladies and gentlemen, a huge announcement here, as the roster of Capybara was acquired here by Naos Esports, and moving on forward to the tournament, they will be represented as Naos Esports. A huge step in the right direction here for the support of franchises here in the League of Legends Philippines community. So in behalf of the players and as well as the League community, thank you so much, Naos Esports, for the support. And that is something that has to be heartwarming for the players to have been granted that opportunity in Gian Gaming. And now we are proceeding into the pocket picks, the popular champions from last week's competition. And you mentioned Kaisa, she is still there. The secondary option here for the ADC is still Saya, but I kind of like now the resurgence of Ari to counteract one of those aggressive mages in the mid lane, Gian Gaming.
Yeah, especially on Best as well, right? Those champions are actually, all these champions are highly popular not only in the local scene but also in the international scene. So there's the quality in the players and their output as well, the champions they pick up, the compositions that they draft, and the execution as well. It is just so important that we see the announcement as well, right? Seeing Naos Esports acquiring Capybara, it just means that there are organizations that are willing to invest in the prowess, in the strength of our players. And it's all because of Predator League as well, right? They have supported, and I can even recall how happy the players and teams were when they had the campus rivals, right? The players were there on site as well, and in this tournament, many players and also from the League of Legends community are looking forward to seeing the developments of the players from the teams as they switch through. And now with the acquirement of Now's Esports to Capybara, I think there's some sort of rivalry now between two big organizations, West Point Esports Academy, the team that has been there ever since, versus Now's Esports, the organization that is now getting back in the League of Legends scene. Because the last time we have seen a big organization be associated with League of Legends was like 3-4 years ago, when we were going on in trying out for the international stage and stuff like that. So I think there's a really big improvement in the League of Legends community right now, and I can't wait to see more.
And this is us knocking on the door for more opportunities here to collab League of Legends, to associate with Predator League, because this is just an afterthought last year. We wouldn't be expecting that League of Legends would be having a competition that would be partnered with Predator League, because we all know the two primary game titles that usually is installed with Predator League. But right now we have League of Legends for 2026, and I really, really love that appreciation for the craft that is League PH. And now let's talk about MCOM versus Trilang. I love this matchup because it's the battle of unorthodox teams that really do not knock on the meta, because they love to play their own style of play. And with the conclusion of MCOM versus Iron Global last week, I think we now saw a good impression of how innovative offense is MCOM Esports. So take a look at their team profile with a bunch of, Gian Gaming, a bunch of roster moves that I feel like it kind of resulted and catapulted to a bit of role swapping. Shogun now back into the mid lane, and that's something that that kind of surprised me at first, but now he has transitioned into the ADC, so going back into the roots where he was still Ivy League, and being put into that position where ADCs now are more offensive minded. I feel like Shogun is now in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of the teams are going. I just want to bank on you on that, on your statement about them just bouncing back much better, because in their first day, right, both of them actually lost their games. Trilang lost to Fervent Esports, and MCOM Esports lost to Life is Roblox, and they had actually both of the games were getting close to being a tight match. Actually, Fervent Esports versus Trilang, they had a almost equal match, but for LIR versus MCOM Esports, it was a different story. But on day 2, I think they stepped up. Although for Trilang, right, the match was on default, so I think they had ample time to at least prepare for this matchup, because both of them will only have one game to prove that they are the one deserving to stay in this tournament for tomorrow's match, which is going to be a best of 3.
Yeah, but how about Trilang? Are they still in competition? Do they still have this sort of lifeline for them to move forward? Because MCOM Esports and Trilang also is just hanging on by a thread, Gian Gaming.
Yeah.
And one singular match will conclude who will proceed into the next round. And if you're seeing right now, Gian Gaming, these are all two familiar names in the League of Legends competition. We have Okin and as well as Lumber, former teammates of Looking for Sponsors, still united as one to deliver some of their style of play. Way back during the days of Looking for a Sponsor, you would know that it's not just going to be an ordinary game of League of Legends. These two have been quite in the conversation, much like MCOM Esports when it comes to offensive innovation. And I really like this matchup because of that. Being able to match up Shogun up against a Lumber potentially is something that is out of the ordinary, but it's something that you would want to see because of like how much unexpected outcomes it would occur.
Yeah, it would be a reminiscent of the time that they used to battle against each other as well, right? Because they've done that before, and it might just happen again today. And I think both of the teams are ready. I think both of the teams have invested a really good amount of effort to do scrims, to prepare for their match as well, and to make sure that they're not gonna make the same mistakes as before. Because I can still remember freshly in in my mind the games that they've had against their opponents. At least I think the best determining factor was day 1, not day 2, because they had some problems in day 2 that they really needed to fix. But I think this time they're much ready, and I can't wait to see their match.
I really can't wait to see on that one. But before we head on to the Rift, a bit of word here for our friends here at Predator Gaming as we showcase to you one of their amazing products, much like the Helios 18. Step up, stand out, and be ready for anything with Helios 18. Powered by the Intel Core Ultra, they will deliver some hard-hitting esports action and as well as for entertainment and multitasking. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or any resellers near you. And that is Helios 18 for you guys. Really, really love the products here of Acer Predator. And we are now close, Young Gaming, for the dreaded picks and bans. And that is something that could really shape up at the tournament right now with MCOM and Trilang. How could you possibly shape up the possible picks and bans? Napakalaking hadlang para hindi makuha ng MCOM and as well as Trilang yung pocket picks nila. But the thing is, these are teams that has a wide array of champions. It's not even a pool, it's an ocean here for the mid laners especially. But the ADCs, I feel like it's still going to be mainstream. Kai'Sa and Saya, but something along the lines of a possible Ashe or Caitlyn pick, I'm all in for seeing it.
Oh yeah. I think we also can implement the champions we've seen a while ago as well. The Nico, the Kai'Sa, the Xayah, the Ahri, and the Ambessa, the most picked champions so far here in this tournament. I think they've already looked into that, but they're also going to be looking into the potential counters towards that champion. I can still recall Trilang investing on a teamfight based composition but didn't really pan out well for them because of some of their problems in terms of synergy. When they battled against Fervent Esports, we saw a big difference in terms of shot calling and in terms of having the correct synergy, being well connected towards each other and having one movement, one decision unanimously and synonymously as well. I think for MCOM Esports, they already have that, but they need to fix one of their problems, which was the laning phase. I think they received a one-sided beatdown when they battled against LIR, and I think they should have invested time to be able to match their opponents in the laning phase so that when mid-game transitions, or at least they transition towards the first fight, they wouldn't be beaten down too much. And I think that's the big contrast of this matchup as well. Trilang is typically a well-coordinated team, but if they screw up in terms of decision making, if they hesitate even for a little bit, that's going to be their downfall. But for MCE, for MCOM Esports, their downfall would be the laning phase. The very thing that sets up the momentum potentially for the first team fights and more. I think they need to patch that up, and I think maybe they're much better this time.
Yeah, chemistry could go really far, but chemistry couldn't really work without consistency, because how consistent will you be during the laning phases with MCOM Esports struggling to get that grasp in the top lane with their matchup against Ion, but their bot lane was comfortable in trying to go from an early to mid rush to get that really, really good bounce of a snowball. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed into the picks and bans. This is what excites me, absolutely, because it's an actual card game that you would disguise yourself as someone trying to hide your odds up against your opponents. And with an unorthodox ban here from MCOM Esports trying to focus on Nikolai, the Kled ban, I feel like MCOM Esports wants to go for a much more Enchanters sort of a lineup here for MCOM with that Kled ban. And also Renekton and Nico here for Trilang. I feel like that's something that is still in the ordinary spot in trying to go for the bans. For MCOM Esports, I feel like it's going to be a mid ban as well. So there goes the Orianna there for MCOM. Not much often on the ADC bans, yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing to ban like an orthodox champion, right? It's another thing to just merely respect the potential of Trilang as a team to maybe pick those unorthodox compositions that can be quite brutal when handling weak side champions or stable champions in the top lane, because I think both top laners, Nikolai and Nugly, loves champions that are just going to be sitting down in lane, maybe duel a couple of times, but will have really good impact in team fight, and they don't want to get bullied in the lane. Speaking of bully, Syndra is going to be picked up immediately here. First pick by MCOM Esports, which is going to be interesting because in the match of Trilan versus Fervent Esports, they picked up Syndra. I think that's going to be well respected by MCOM Esports. Lumber had a 10-5-5 score line in that game despite them losing. But Trilang, I think they're well prepared for that pick.
Okay, so MCOM Esports knew what they were doing with the ban of Azir and Orianna, getting that priority already here at the Syndra. But with this sort of mind games here for Trilang, you wouldn't know if this is going to be a Kiana jungle or even in the mid lane. There's still some effectivity here when it comes to laning with a Kiana here. But, it's going to be a huge struggle if they want to play this in the mid lane. I would highly suggest that Trilang would play this in the jungle and therefore opens up Lumber to play that LeBlanc. And Kreze with a very risky pick going in for the Lee Sin. That would deliver you a very good early game, but that is it. That is going to be the stamp here for MCOM Esports. What could MCOM Esports do during the mid to late game? It's going to be an engaged heavy Lee Sin, but I feel like this Lee Sin would deliver some very good skirmishes during the Dragon and the Void Grubs phase. So Trilang could opt for a Vi or even a Xin Zhao to at least even out that early synergy with the Syndra and as well as the Lee Sin.
I think there's also one thing that the Lee Sin provides that can be detrimental here for Trilang, and that's the ability to reveal invisible champions, right? Both of which the champions that Trilang picked up has the ability to be invisible, particularly the passive of the LeBlanc and of course Kian in one of her abilities. And MCOM Esports being able to reveal those champions will help Rupert be able to execute them later on. Maybe even Nugget as he picks up the Ambessa. But now, as they pick up their top laner, Trilan decided to pick the sign in which it's just going to be him handling the lane and investing on durability. Because so far, the first two picks of Trilang are very squishy.
Yeah, take a look at MCOM and Trilang. There's really not utilizing the priority here of the ADCs. Take a look at them just picking all of the side lanes but the bottom lane. And I kind of like that situation where we do not expect highly of the ADCs, because this puts now everyone on notice. Every high priority ADC will be banned right now, as we can see here from Trilang and MCOM Esports. At least there's still some options here for the Jhin and Ashe to be able to have an appearance here in the bans, but there's still something here that MCOM Esports could do, is to go for the double ADC ban, and they will. So they focused more on the wave clear here with the Varus and as well as the Sivir. So Trilang, I really do hope that there's going to be some sort of appearance here of the Caitlyn, because if you want some long range action here in order to kite the Ambessa or even the Syndra, there needs to be some range and not just relying on the crowd control that is the Sion or even the Kiana.
Yeah, they're stuck now choosing between the Saya or Caitlyn, right? And I think they're gonna go for... they actually went with Corki. I think they got both of the perks of Caitlyn and Xayah with this, because Xayah has utility, Xayah has self-peel, and Caitlyn has a little bit of mobility but has damage, lots of damage and range. And Corki has both. So I think they patched it up, they found a solution, because if they went... One of the reasons why they banned Kai'Sa is because Kai'Sa has the very same thing that the other two champions they picked up, Kiana and LeBlanc, that has a direct counter with the Lee Sin, right? And that's going invisible. And I think MCOM Esports will love that. And they also wanted the Kai'Sa as well, so that they can easily shred the Zion. But now they picked up Lucian and the Alistar, and I think that's going to be a big bully in the bot lane. And Trilang needs to step back a little bit, because they're not going to be winning the skirmishes in the bot lane.
That bot lane is something that we do not see in the broad daylight here in a day-to-day basis, because it's usually the Kaisas, the Baruses, the Sivers, and going for that enchanter supports like even the Milio or even the Nico here. But because of the nature that MCOM and Trilang is trying to put on the narrative for themselves, this is something far off that we usually see. Lucian Nami no longer here for MCOM Esports, as they opt for the Alistar, because they do want those skirmishes head on, and you can definitely feel the aggression right now in gaming that the comp here for MCOM Esports is centered around getting that early game already set in stone in order for them to have that easy access towards the objectives in the mid game. Whereas Try Lang really wants to go for the snowball comp here. They want to be patient with their decisions, but it doesn't put them out of the conversation that they can do team fights here. So we'll wait and see what could transpire into that comp that Try Lang built more on counter initiations that MCOM is highly focused on, which is trying to go in first. So I'm kind of excited for this matchup. If you haven't seen it, if it hasn't been obvious, I've been saying I've been excited for like the past 10 minutes now because of that, because of this matchup specifically alone. It's underrated. I'm pretty sure that everyone is trying to see Naos and as well as WP Academy later on. But if you're trying to prepare yourself for some high emotions, you better watch MCOM and Try Lang as we head into the predictions. In the comments, ladies and gentlemen, at our Facebook stream, join us with Giyang Gaming as we predict, inostra natin ano bang pwedeng mangyari sa MCOM tsaka Try Lang. This is one tough prediction to go through, Giyang Gaming, but as a very, very huge fan of unorthodox picks, I'm going Try Lang 1-0.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on this, right? Try Lang, I think they invested a lot in small skirmishes, which equals to their confidence in being able to just out micro, out macro, and just bully MCOM Esports the entire game. And I think they're really well prepared. So I'm going with Try Lang as well on this. But I really love the draft of MCOM Esports as well. I think they're really investing on early game. They equally invested in late game as well. I think they're gonna give them a hard time. And I think in terms of ratio, maybe in probabilities, it might just be 51-49, right? Anything can happen. Chances are there. If Try Lang makes a mistake, they're gonna be bullied. And I'm equally as excited as you, man, and we both mentioned this a couple of times because we're just so psyched in seeing how this game would actually transpire. Will Try Lang be the one to move towards the semifinals, or will it be MCOM Esports? And you can join us as we get kind of nervous on what's about to happen here in this game. You can share us your thoughts in the comment section. Let us know who do you think is going to be winning. Hashtag MCE win or hashtag try win. You can also share the live stream so we can give proper support to our players, our teams that are giving their all for this tournament, for the fight of the prize, for the fight of the prize pool as well, and of course the honor. And it's always an honor to be representing anything, any organization, may be just your own team or be in a big organization, just like Capybara being acquired by Naos Esports, and they're gonna be battling against West Point Esports later on. Biggest shout out as well to Devoured in the comment section, just tuning in towards this match as well, and to everyone that is just watching this live stream right now. I'm so psyched. I love the draft. I like how they countered each other. I like how much they actually prepared for this match as well. I love that you mentioned the pocket pick ban of MCOM Esports, the CLED a while ago. I think they were also really just prepared for the potential Azir of Lumber as well. So they're really, from the drafting phase itself, the fight, the battle is already starting, and I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg. I think this game is gonna go really deep. Actually, I have a question for you, Salvador. So far, we have I think 4 games to 2. 4 games meaning 4 games going beyond 30 minutes and 2 games going under 30 minutes. Do you think this is going to be beyond 30 minutes or under 30 minutes?
Man, I'm looking forward for an under 30 minutes game of this
Same.
one, because there is not much defense that you could see here, Giyang Gaming, with that Syndra and as well as a LeBlanc matchup. That just speaks to me that there's going to be early roams. So with early roams, you're going to get that huge of a sum of gold, and that is just going to be a continuing snowball for whoever will get that huge of an advantage. So yeah, this is in a work of an under 30-minute game. You know, those sub 30-minute games would really focus on being more offensive and not really trying to go for a retreat of a play. When you get caught, you don't really want to go back. You want to move forward. So that is now the mindset here of MCOM and as well as a Try Lang. So if ever it does go beyond 30 minutes, then there is going to be a shift here for both of these teams. You know, they would want to be focused now on the late game, trying to be more safe. But if not, yeah, this is still absolutely in the under 30 minutes.
Yeah, like for both of these teams, right? You mentioned the Lee Sin and the Syndra a while ago. Same goes for Try Lang, having the Kiana and the LeBlanc, right? I think they invested really, really well in the early games to set the momentum up. Game's about to start. It's Lumber back on the LeBlanc, man. I just miss seeing him on this champion as well because he loves like unorthodox picks, but this is one of his favorite actually, especially when he is battling against a very, very long range control mage.
Gone are the days that Lumber used to prioritize Ivern in the mid, or even Lulu.
Oh, I missed that.
And we're now seeing Lumber in the version that he is now knocking on the door of the meta, because it might be sad for some people that who would want to see something innovative here for Trilang, but you know it's not every day that you would get to see that opportunity. But if Lumber, if you're hearing us, you know Ivern mid still effective, you know, still has damage.
There's actually one champion that I cannot believe wasn't banned and wasn't picked as well. It's one of his favorite champions and also one of the champions that is always respected towards him, and that's his Seraph. It's now just out in the dark, completely forgotten.
Because who would really want to pick Seraph in this modern day and age? Seraph really brought out the meaning of the word range back in the day, but right now with everyone just having that enormous range and trading in the early game, you would just really want to prioritize any other mages, not just the Seraph here. Take a look at the aggression here from the bot lane as we get a trade here with Shogun really low right now. Gatling gun now popped here by 1-1, and that Zenith Blade went wide because of the Pulverize. And that is just going to be the talk of the town here on the bottom side, Giang. You would have two engaged supports that would just counteract both of their engaged tools.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of bullying already from Trilang, so I was wrong from earlier. I thought that the Lucian and the Alistar would actually be the one controlling the lane, but 1-1 and Quaid are doing a really good job, especially at that level 1 fight.
Yeah, it's going to be huge here for Trilang in the bottom lane if they continue their aggression, but that is going to spark some risk here. With the Lee Sin having a very strong level 3, he might be able to skip the bottom quadrant here just to get that focus, just to burn the summoners here. There's no longer a barrier here, and as well as an ignite. Here comes Zenith Blade and a counteract from the Pulverize. Good headbutt towards the tower. And yes, that is still going to be some narrative here for the bottom side. It is going to be a rinse and repeat for the bottom lane here. So nothing surprising, but one thing that could really put this out, Gian Gaming, is a gank from both of the junglers here. You see these junglers roaming down on the bottom side, so if that's not going to be an opportunity for a gank, I don't know what it is.
I think the Kreze will be there faster than Lirip as well, so Trilang, they need to be very careful. I think they're a little bit deep in their lane already and they can easily get countered. Cute Bard still has his flash and that's recognized by Trilang. That's why they're stepping back a little bit.
Oh, take a look now at the aggression, Giyang, as the Uno reverse card has now been thrown here by MCOM Esports as they're putting out the warning that anytime Kreze can go in the bottom side. So he's now securing down the Scuttle, and Lirip will be levels behind here. And here comes Headbutt Pulverize, focused onto Quaid, as Lirip now goes in with the engage. Nothing much to go in for the damage here of the trio in the bottom side. So MCOM Esports will survive the 3v2.
Kreze is in the bottom lane though, hovering, just chilling, waiting for that opportunity. All that MCOM Esports needs to do, if he wants to gank in that lane, is to get a couple of minions with him, getting some XP, and he will be level 5. But I think he rescinded his actions, he just went into the base and respected them as well. So now Trilang is going to be able to breathe a little bit. Good headbutt Pulverize.
Oh, here comes the engage, plus the counter from the Leona, as Quaid will now pop Eclipse to tank some more damage here. As nothing here from 1-1 would opt him to go for the engage as he is dangerously low. There's no more health potions here for 1-1 as they're still not blowing the flash here of the Corki. Here comes a possible Death Bush play, and there goes the Hex Splash. Quaid is one hit away, and there goes the Piercing Light to get MCOM Esports their first blood.
I actually thought that Shogun would actually just... Oh,
Lirip flashing away, and here comes another flash follow-up here from Kreze, as the early game Lee Sin is now in full effect as MCOM gets another kill.
They're just going wild right now. And just going back to my point, I actually thought that Shogun would flash in to get another auto onto 1-1 because the Parry was still on cooldown for at least 3 to 5 seconds. He could have gotten that double kill. But a kill is a kill. He's already ahead. The Lee Sin is already ahead. MCOM Esports, they're snowballing.
They're snowballing heavily with that pickaxe buy already here for Shogun. And I'm expecting a lot here for Kreze to get that Caulfields in order to build towards the Black Cleaver. And Trialang would be heavily punished from that one, as MCOM Esports is already taking control of the early game here, putting Cute Bard on notice that he could roam. Now, Quaid on the counter roam as well. So yeah, Trialang now being proactive with MCOM Esports' movement on the map.
And they're tracking them, right? Tracking every movement, every reaction that Trialang would make. MCOM Esports doing a really good job in improving so much better in macro.
Oh, what a long range Zenith play. This Cute Bard gets caught. Here comes the retaliation here for MCOM Esports as Lirif gets bursted out of his mind as MCOM gets the feat of warfare. Next target is going to be Quaid as Lumber now running away with the distortion. Quaid doesn't have any escape util, and there goes another for MCOM.
They punished Lirip being a little too greedy, getting desperate, trying to reach level 5. Kreze knew about it. MCOM knew about it. 1-1 is about to get pummeled
1-1
as
has
well.
Flash, but oh my god, 1-1. Scratching the head right now, asking the question, what are you doing? But it's only you who's going to be able to answer that. As MCOM is just tearing apart the early game, Young Gaming, and Trialang couldn't do anything about it.
5-0 and almost 3,000 gold lead by MCOM Esports.
Oh, what a public execution here by Nuggery as Nikolai couldn't do anything at this point. There is no flash. And he couldn't use the decimating smash to go for the disengage. Another here for MCOM as they eye for the dragon here, as Kailang would now go in for the 50-50 as the calling's now activated by Shogun. He doesn't have any mana, but Lirip hasn't any life either. So another dead jungler here for Trialang as MCOM Esports now secures the dragon. What a scatter the weak as Quaid gets caught. Unleashed power by Rupert. As they get another, oh my goodness, Young Gaming, a slaughter here in the Rift as MCOM records 8 kills to nil of Trialang.
Yeah, they're slaughtering everyone on the side of Trialang, proving that they are the stronger team. And I love the way that MCOM Esports, particularly Kreze, targeted Lirip first. He knew that he would be desperate. He wanted that 50-50 and it wasn't even given to him. Not a chance. He knew that he could take in one versus one. It was even a 3 versus 2. Teleports were incoming, but he targeted him anyway. And he knew that he can just get it all on his own, securing the dragon. And then Rupert would just be in time to punish the overcommitment of Trialang. And now they're 8-0. A minute in, we're just on 5-0. And now we're seeing even a big balloon in gold lead, reaching 3,000, going 4,000 now. Especially when they catch up on their CS. Every lane is being bullied. Top lane is being lost already by Trialang. Mid lane is being lost. Jungle is already. And bottom lane is being decimated by MCOM Esports.
And this is the huge step here for MCOM Esports, because with the composure that they have and as well as the confidence, you know that they have the items necessary to go in for an all-in, actually. So MCOM Esports do not fear anything at this point, because once MCOM Esports forces something, it's something that Trialang has to react from it. And with the lack of resources and the presence that they have, who knows what could happen here for Trialang, as everything is just inflated at this point, from kills, from resources, and as well as the gold. So this is now the early game in full effect here for MCOM Esports, as Trialang couldn't do anything about the snowball situation at this point. Yeah, MCOM, when we said that the draft is heavily composed of trying to go for the skirmishes and as well as the early game picks, MCOM is now living towards that story.
They're living in through hell right now, trying to scavenge every resource that they can, hoping they don't get punished.
Oh my god, Nikolai gets caught once again. Unstoppable onslaught for absolutely what? Soul Furnace is just gonna save you a bit of seconds before you do eventually fall here, Nikolai. As another solo kill here from Nuggery, as he's making top lane a domain right now. Giang, whoops, and it's played. Here comes a counteract pulverize here from Cute Bard as Lirp now joins in the fray as they go in for the terraform. Cute Bard gets caught, ethereal chains get rooted. Here comes a teleport here for Rupert. As some of the members here of Trialang going in for the triple effort to get that pick in order to get into the board. Rupert now getting caught here. Unleash power lashed onto Lumber, but the resonating strike is not gonna hit. Oh, what is Kreze doing? He closes the gap as Lumber gets picked off. Here comes Dragon's Rage as the Sonic Wave hits. Nice supreme display of talent, but it's just gonna delay absolutely nothing here for MCOM Esports as Quaid and 1-1 now running away. What a ward hop by Kreze as the resonating strike hits. Quaid now running away. Eclipse tanking a lot of damage, but it's gonna do absolutely nothing. Another Sonic Wave. Kreze is hitting this like ABCs as he's now 5-0-3. Another Ward Hop, and the Sonic Wave still absolutely hits. He is so on point, Young Gaming. One more hit will do it, and Kreze's Lee Sin is dominating the map.
Yeah, all the talent that was demonstrated in the Supreme Way was from Kreze. The moment he stepped in to flash in and secure the kill onto Lumber, the way he dodged that ulti from Lirip into all those Sonic Waves connecting onto 1-1, that is just masterclass on the Lee Sin. And he's on 6-0-3 right now. The only kill so far of Trilang is towards Rupert, and he doesn't even care. He's going for late game scaling. He has the Black Power Torch and is willing to just deal the necessary DPS towards the member of Trilang in the mid to late game. But man, the bursts are there already from MCOM Esports, and Kreze just demonstrated that.
Yeah, what is 300 gold to the 15,000 almost allocated by MCOM just from kills alone? So yeah, Rupert could argue that he got caught and just blemished the record here of MCOM Esports. But public execution, very ballsy here for Nuguri. But when he has the huge amount of dashes, he could really escape the tower damage from that one, as Nikolai couldn't do anything at this point. He's just always getting caught from that solo kill again. He's now 3-4-0 against the Ambessa. 1-1 getting bursted out here by Shogun in the bottom side. So yeah, if the term is pressure here for Trilang, they are the definition of it.
And all they can do now is basically hope that MCOM Esports screw up later on, because this entire game they really just haven't, man. We even saw a big jump from 3,000 gold lead now to 6,000 gold lead. Trilang is trying to really invest on getting to late game, but man, it's so hard.
Okay, they're now focusing onto Lumber, but is it the right target? Those 1-1 gets picked off. He's out of position here from Kreze's radar. Supreme display of talent as Kreze gets tagged. Rupert is gonna get picked off once more. What a bore here by Cute Bard as he punishes Quaid from that stun. Lumber now 1v1ing Nuguri, who is dangerously low. There is no reputation, but he gets the shield from the Eclipse as a double kill from Nuguri surprises Lumber from his burst damage, as MCOM Esports denies the Trilang Dragon take.
Yeah, they were surprised by that, but MCOM Esports, they expected that. From the moment they saw them in the bottom side of the river trying to take the dragon, they knew they were stepping into a trap, into a bait, and MCOM Esports just executed them another time.
Oh my god, wrong tower damage as Shogun is tanking this down as 1-1 is now dangerously low. Finally, they get the first blood tower, but Trilang has a counter teleport from this one. Kreze now joining in the fray as Lumber is now going aggressive. Here comes another Sonic Wave. He's hitting it like Steph Curry as Kreze gets another shutdown claimed by Lumber as he gets the bounty here from Shogun as he's now running away here from Rupert as he distortions away, but re-engages. Lumber, what are you doing? You're dangerously low. And there goes the triumphant roar here for Cute Bard as he gets the slap towards Lumber there. Very aggressive with it, and he costed it his life.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really have an option anymore. He was surrounded by Kreze, Rupert, and Cute Bard, and the only choice he actually had was to go back to the Alistar, and it didn't really allow him to stay alive. Well, he kept himself alive for much longer, but the result will remain the same. 20-3, man. 20-3.
20-3. That is absolutely ridiculous, and it's just gonna continue as MCOM is just doing everything at this point. What a Dragon's Rage to knock up two people, and a style point here from Kreze, like Gripex back in the day. Quaid now dissolves the Eclipse, and there goes a resonating strike. You thought you would have a fadeaway moment, Kreze, but no, as he's now legendary Gian Gaming, 12-0-4. This is in the makings of a possible sub 30-minute game or even a sub 25 if MCOM continues this pursuit.
It's like they're mad for even they're mad even at us for voting Trilang in this game. And they're proving it really concretely well. MCOM Esports, just look at the score of Kreze, 12-0-4. He has triple the kills of the entire team of Trilang. That's how how impressive he is in this game, and he just keeps on bullying and bullying and bullying Trilang every minute of this game.
This is Trilang that really wanted that early game, so they're living up to their name, which is they are indeed trying. But the moment that they do try, they always get picked. And finally, some hard engage here from Trilang as they go in for the solar flare. As that's just one pick off from Trilang, as a stoppable onslaught will be used to join in on the fight. Good target selection here by MCOM as Nuguri gets 1-1. Shogun taking down Quaid, and the next target is going to be the tank. But what is a tank to 4 players doing so much damage? Triple kill from the MCOM Esports ADC, as Trilang wanted the smoke, but MCOM didn't want any of it.
You know, Trilang is really behind when you see and realize that supreme display of talent by the Kiana, by Lirip, didn't do any damage. To check into this replay and see Rupert getting picked up, that is good. That is a sizable win for Trilang. But the cost, man, the build that they have paid is just massive. That was everyone getting picked off, and they couldn't stop them, not one bit. MCOM Esports, they are ahead. MCOM Esports knows that they are weak in this state of this game, especially when the Cork is this much behind, when the LeBlanc and the Kian is this much behind, and they'll just keep pushing, man.
And guess who's also behind here? That is Lirip, just begging the scraps here from Nuguri's take of the Krugs. A 3v1.
I don't think they can.
Who could possibly turn out to be the winner of this one. And take a look at Trilang, not even trying to go for the pick of Nuguri, who has 700 gold in his name right now. So yeah, they do not want that sustain of the Ambessa. They want to keep it safe. And guess what, from that team fight, Young Gaming, Trilang bursted 4 ultimates for just 1 Rupert, and they didn't have any util to throw out from the remaining members of MCOM Esports. So yeah, that's how much effort Trilang is trying to force out here in this game to just, you know, get the scraps. That is the gold, because that is the next thing that Trilang needs to have, and that is gold resources. Yeah. Possible 1v1 here as Nikolai going very overzealous on this one as he goes in for the public execution. Lumber's there.
Dude, the damage?
But take a look at the damage by Nuguri from the 2 items that he has. Lirip now joins in the fray, and he gets faded. Finally, a successful pick here from Trilang as they get the bounty of the top laner.
Dude, talk about Paldo. That's 1,000 gold shut down onto Nuguri. That's gonna hit them a bit. But that, oh my god, speaking of hit, that culling, he just massaged the back of Quaid the entire time.
And I want that kind of massage from the culling and the light energy that Shogun is trying to lash out here in this game. Oh my goodness, Young Gaming didn't even use any abilities. Just one culling was enough.
Down.
Yeah, and that was a locket of the Aryan Solari here for Quaid, and as well as Eclipse. Imagine the resistances that Quaid had and still got bursted by 1 culling. Yeah, that's just all you need to know, Giang, on what is happening here in the Rift.
Yeah, one of the tankiest champions in this game just got shredded like that by 1 champion. It wasn't even many players here inside of MCOM Esports. That's how ahead they are. They want to go for round 2.
Okay, second possible attack here by Shogun. Oh, yeah, the warning shot here was not even a Zenith Blade. It was an Ignite. It was an Ignite here from Quaid.
And a solar flare.
And I just couldn't really put Trilang on a comfortable position right now, because they know hard, what dire situation they're in right now. And even in these trying times, Gian Gaming, Lumber, you have to appreciate this guy because he has 8 stacks in his Medjais. Yeah, man. Yeah, I hope that goes by 25.
Yeah, I mean, they're going all in on this, especially Lumber, right? Picking up the Medjais, maybe going for... I actually thought he would go for Rabadon's Death Cap next. And I think he's going for a different item. Kreze getting a little too deep. Still has his teammate, though.
Yeah, he still has some teammates here. But it's still a struggle here that Nikolai is indeed tanky because he does have the Heart Steal. Good unstoppable onslaught as 2 gets picked. Here comes the culling in as well as the lacerate here. Oh, public execution goes wide. And that's the pickoff here by MCOM Esports as they're eyeing for the second tower.
And they get it. They get what they want. They have been getting what they want this entire game. May it be a dragon, may it be a kill, may it be the Rift Herald, may it be the Grubs. Hell, might even just be like the Atakan or the Baron. they're getting everything. Lumber did get the bottom lane tower though, so that's at least bounty gold for them, especially in taking towers. Slowly getting back in this game, but it's still very, very far from the finish line. And Lumber is getting chased.
Lumber with the great escape, like boys like girls, but he will definitely escape. Here comes supreme display of talent for Nuguri to get picked off. Wait, with an overzealous Zenith Blade, so this might just be a team fight in the bottom side jungle, as Nikolai now focusing on the front lines here as Cute Bar gets caught as well, but what a nice trample to stun lock the Nikolai here from Trilang, as the next target is going to be the Kian, as Lirip is dead once again as he meets the 8th black and white screen for the Kiana. As MCOM Esports could wish anything, and they will surely get it.
Dude, imagine being in this position right now, Lirip. You have to be really stressed out right now. All the objectives being taken, including the Atakan, possibly the Baron as well. And the only kill you have is just an assist from a 3-man gank in the top lane to shut down Noguri. It's hard, man, for Trilang at this point of the game. We're not even seeing 2 items yet on the Corki. It's still, well, kinda near towards that Muramana, because it's gonna be upgraded once he gets that item. But it's still very, very far from us seeing some sort of big damage coming in from Trilang.
So at least Trilang is indeed living up to their name. They are indeed trying to at least alleviate any sort of possible mishaps, you know. Because Trilang is now going in for any engages here just to get that sort of bounty from either Kreze or even Cute Bard. Yes, we live in a society where even a support can get gold bounty, because this man has been on a tear when it comes to just going in for the headbutt pulverizes. Who would have thought that Cute Bard would possibly have this game where he would go 1-0-19. Almost like, what, 70% of the kills here from MCOM Esports. Because that's all you need to know, ladies and gentlemen, of what MCOM Esports is capable of. Anything that they do is just gold.
Yeah. And looks like the gold wants to be stolen.
Oh, what an engage! Good flash Zenith Blade as Rupert delays the engage here of Trilang with the Zonya's Hourglass. As Cute Bard gets a very good 2-man pulverize, just so Trilang couldn't go any further from the Rupert, who got caught a while ago. But guess who is caught right now, ladies and gentlemen? Quaid is dead. Next target is the Zombie Scion, as Nikolai also gets taken down. Nuguri going inside of the tower, as he does not respect the tower damage. What a nice dodge by 1-1, and he gets the outplay 1v1 courtesy of the assist of the tower, as they finally punish Nuguri's confidence here from Trilang. And that is a good sign, at least on the top lane, but not so much on the bottom.
A bit of sight of light at all the darkness that they are seeing right now. Trilang, they thought they could actually get away in ganking Rupert. He has been the target this entire game. Well, he's one of the squishiest and least mobile, so we'll give him that. But there's one thing they failed to anticipate, especially at this point in the game, is that MCOM Esports noticed their patterns, and this time they are there for backup. Top lane, man, it's still equally impressive. 1-1 definitely kited the hell out of Nuguri. Nuguri was prepared for the tower dive, but he wasn't prepared for that kind of kiting.
Yeah, he couldn't get the heal from his passive, and as well as the triggering of the shield from the Eclipse. So there was not much more resistances that the Mbessa could do to tank any more tower damage. And 1-1 used every util known to man, from flashes, from Valkyrie, and as well as the barrier, just so he could get that 1v1 outplay. So he was doing the Holy Rosary during that 1v1 fight. You couldn't blame 1-1 at that point, because that's what he needed. Any blessing that could survive him from that 1v1. And at least Trilang is now allocating some form of gold from their carries, that being the Corki and as well as the LeBlanc. But that's a good sign here. Nikolai, you know, he's always been getting caught. At this point, what could Nikolai do? You know, he couldn't even push. He couldn't move. So now a possible turnaround here from Trilang as they're going in for the engage. Kreze, where are you going? Now you are inside of the pit right now. So Kreze, with out of energy, who could he possibly take down here? So Rupert taking down LeBlanc finally, and Cute Bard now going in for the hard engage. Lirip, what a good third skill, just so he could escape. But the Unleashed Power, could he escape it from? Absolutely no. No energy here from Kreze as they tanking down the Lee Sin here. As the Alistar gets caught, Trilang, oh my goodness, punishing the overconfidence of MCOM Esports.
But the punishment wasn't too severe because Krez still was able to escape. And I think that was the realization of MCOM Esports, that they went a little too deep, chasing something that can be a detriment towards them. So they still have their jungler, and now they're starting the Baron. But what Trilang doesn't have is numbers advantage. Lumber is still dead, doesn't have teleport, and Nikolai is the only one who can go and is not going. So this Baron is going to be taken unequivocally by MCOM Esports for absolutely free.
Yeah, easiest take of their lives. Not even a 50-50. That was a sure 100-0. So despite it was just a Nikolai pick, MCOM Esports really banked on that opportunity that they still have the insurmountable amount of damage to get that major objective. So MCOM is now a Baron-empowered team. So anything that they wish upon, they will be granted, because that is the strength that they have. Any team fight that they have been thrown at to, they will absolutely go in for that one. Take a look at Krez's authoritative position right now. Oh, just a solar flare. It doesn't get the knockoff from the Dragon's Rage heading onto 1-1, but it's still a good setup to get the pick onto Lirip. Krez going now in, repositioning, doesn't get the resonating strike, but Krez going in for the Ward Hop Tempest to take down Quaid. Lumber now the next target as he's going in for the escape, but nothing for Shogun as he gets the culling to get the double kill. And MCOM Esports now catapulting into 42 kills, the highest ever since joining the Predator League, as MCOM Esports pushing a statement.
Yeah, they're basically giving a statement now, not only to Trilang, but to everyone that has doubted them even for a second, as they dominate this game against Trilang.
Yeah, open Nexus. Trilang could just watch as they just got decimated by MCOM Esports, defeating the odds, pushing out the boundaries. Trilang chances weren't even close, Gian Gaming, as they're just going in for the last minute kills, just for, just for show. But this is still a clear-cut winner. That is MCOM Esports, pushing everyone's expectations outside of the conversation. And what a performance by each and every one of these players.
Dude, that wasn't a conversation. That was a one-way statement only. It was only MCOM Esports stating not only words but facts here in this game, that they are the better team. Think that they even have like triple the entire kills of Trilang at the end of the game. They even didn't end the game that fast. They waited patiently for them all to respawn, and they dived them under their base. That's how much a statement they declared. It's basically telling them they're nothing. They're nothing.
Oh.
We are we are the thing. We are it, right? MCOM Esports. I love how much they have improved. I'm very, very proud of this team as well. For Trilang, they will have to try again the next time. But man, MCOM Esports is not holding back anymore, and I love it.
Yeah, Trilang now bids farewell to our group stages, as we will now see them in the next iteration of whatever competition that they will join to. But for MCOM Esports, really pierced through the hearts of Trilang to not get that, justified exit from this tournament. And once MCOM Esports started the game, where, they heard our predictions, Gian Gaming, they really said, I'm taking this very, very personal, finishing the game almost 45 kills. And that is an insane stat line. Which team would say that they joined this tournament and would end up with at least 45 kills against a clear-cut tournament favorite? You wouldn't blame yourself if you voted Trilang as a possible tournament favorite or even an underdog. But take a look at what MCOM Esports did just so Trilang could get eliminated from this tournament. And that takes a lot of skill, because that early game was not for the faint of heart. That was not an easy task to do, just because of the aggression that Trilang was pushing towards MCOM Esports' direction. But guess who's got the last laugh now, Gian Gaming?
Oh, definitely them. Definitely MCOM Esports. And I don't even think they are laughing. I think they still have this serious face. This is staring at everyone dead in the eye, that to tell them the statement that they're going for the first place. They're going for the first place. They don't even care anymore whoever they face. May it be West Point Esports, may it be Now's Esports, may it be anyone from between Fervent Esports or Life is Roblox. They are prepared for it. and they've learned their mistake. They learn from Life is Roblox. One of the things they have experienced when when they were battling against them is the micro and their decision making, and they really patched it up. I think they are on fire this time, and I can't just wait to see what they have in store for us tomorrow, because the matches aren't just gonna be best of ones, it's gonna be best of threes, and I can't wait for that to happen as well, and to see which team are they gonna be battling. Will it be Fervent Esports? Will it be Life is Roblox? Will it be Naos Esports or West Point Esports Academy? Right?
Yeah,
Because
it's a huge load of opportunities indeed here for MCOM Esports, considering that everyone's head right now could possibly turn into the direction that is MCOM Esports, because I wouldn't blame you if you saw those two games that they played against Ion and as well as Choi Lang, and your narrative would now be shifted into thinking that MCOM Esports could possibly win it all. And that's a story that is waiting to be told here by this team specifically. So yeah, kudos to Choi Lang, but congratulations for MCOM Esports for advancing into the next round. And we still have more League of Legends action for you guys, so stick around. We'll make sure that you guys are well entertained and well informed at what's happening here at Predator League 2026 League of Legends. I just can't wait for the damage charts gaming, because that Syndra damage or even the Ambessa one, I'm pretty sure it's gonna hit the 30,000s. What do you think?
It definitely. I think it will go really high, but maybe there is a chance that it won't reach that much because of how fast the game was and how squishy the members actually are on the side of their opponent. I think try lang. Well, they really just got dominated, man. From minute one, from the first few fights in the bottom lane, from the fights in the mid lane, from the ganks that they've had, the punishment they did to the supposed gank of the Kiana the Lirip. Man, they read them like a book. I think they even read them like the book from the minute they had the drafting phase. From the moment they picked up the Syndra, I think they poked into their ego, saying that, okay, we're gonna be picking a champion that you picked up. Then it became a target onto Rupert. What they didn't know is that, yeah, they're pointing 2 guns, maybe 5 guns onto Rupert's head, but they're pointing a battalion of guns right at Trilang's members. And man, so many moments here for Kreze, the outplays. It was just a masterclass of this Lee Sin, man. And I can remember him doing this a couple of times on SD, showing this to us on Discord and even on some tournaments before. But man, seeing it today against Trilang is just a different level, and it's just really refreshing on how good he is in this champion.
This man just said that every Sonic Wave is going to be a 100% hit rate. So yeah, that is Kreze's confidence towards the roof, because him picking first pick Lee Sin against a jungler that is very open for counters from a possible Kha'Zix's pick, a Xin Xiao, a Silas Wood. You know that you are risking yourself of that being regressed from the early game. But Trilang didn't even reach out, you know. It started from the first blood against Quaid, and I cannot joke this around that was history already. The moment that they got the life of the Leona, it catapulted from there, and it resulted from a sub 30-minute game. I knew this was high offense, but I didn't expect to be this high. This is so far from the one that we are expecting. At least it was supposed to be an even game, but MCOM Esports didn't go as far as trying to make it even. You know, 44-9. Who would have thought that we had reached this point of time that MCOM would record at least 44 kills? 2 players reaching double-digit kills. Kreze going as far as not even recording a singular death. That is an amazing performance.
Yeah, screw double or triple the kills, right? Let's go for almost quadruple, going even 5 times, right? Almost 5 times the kills, the team kills of Trilang. That dude, Kreze, I think he really deserves this MVP because he just controlled the entire game. He was not only just controlling the entire game, he was toying with Trilang. He was toying with them the entire game, and I'm not even gonna be surprised if he's the MVP. Just really deserves it.
Be, man.
Almost 30,000. Sayang. Almost.
Yeah.
Well, we can round up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You round up that 28 for sure, that's going to be 30. And at
Amen.
least something Kreze would celebrate at this day, that he finished the day with 15, 0, and 16. For sure, he's going to have a material right now to be posted on his story. And allocating 13,000 gold as well. I feel like 10,000 of those, or not even 10,000, probably 8 to 9,000 those were from just kills alone. And that is an insane stat line from Kreze. All of the games that we have seen, that we have witnessed Gian Gaming, were either close, but it was something that the enemy team could possibly come back from. But this was a makings of a one-sided affair. And yeah, that was a kudos here from Trilang. Definitely living up to their name, trying. But yeah, this is a game for MCOM Esports from start to finish.
Yeah.
So I think that was the conclusion. So there's nothing much more to say here from Trilang and MCOM Esports. Yes, congratulations here from MCOM and Trilang. Kudos. Hopefully we could get to see you guys next time in the next iteration of Predator League 2000. Predator League of Legends. But before we do wrap things up here for game number 1, let us promote something really, really cool here from Predator, as they now have the Predator X34 with a 34-inch 1440p 240Hz display, definitely suited for your esports titles, and that is something that you would want to have in your desk to get that maximum performance of your favorite esports title. Conquer the curve. The Predator X34's Infinity widescreen is your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. Get the competitive edge, available at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online stores. Man, I would love to really get that monitor. But before we do head things on to the second game, we would like to take a short break. And when we do come back, it's going to wreak havoc inside of the Rift. This is still Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Salvatore and Giang will be right back. Babalik kami! Welcome back! Ito pa rin ang League of Legends ng Predator Gaming 2026. I'm Salvatore. He is still Gian Gaming as we now head into our second best of one as we near our playoffs bracket. Fervent Esports versus Life is Roblox. Two of the hopefuls as well to reach far for the championship title, where Fervent Esports always trying to save themselves in the top 8 pero not going as far in the top 4. Pero this is now their golden opportunity, whereas Life is Roblox still on that communication, or not communication, where in the narrative rather, that they are still the championship favorites heading into this series. So yeah, it's going to be a very bloody best of one for this one, Gian Gaming. Ano masasabi mo?
Ako, feeling ko meron pa rin akong onting hangover sa first match natin kanina. Dude, that was a one-sided game. What a way to start the day, right? A statement of a game. I think it sets a bar on the match of Fervent Esports and LIR. And, well, sila kasi yung nanalo din sa day 1 natin. They had the first really good scores. I think they're trying to maintain good momentum. Kaso nga lang, they suffered a loss yesterday as well. So, Fervent Esports losing to Naos Esports, formerly known as Capybara, puts them in a really tough spot. LIR missing their match because of some complications will lead to them being in this kind of position as well, similar to Fervent Esports, and only one team gets to stay here in this tournament for the playoffs or the semifinals. It's gonna be tough, and it's going to be a sad story for one of them, but it will be very glorious to the one that becomes the victor, right? Similar to MCOM Esports, they demonstrated, like they made a statement game a while ago. I think one of the two teams will do it. I'm thinking maybe like if it's Roblox, knowing the players that they have, but Fervent Esports, I don't think they're gonna allow Life is Roblox to threaten them in any way.
But what about, the standard already being brought out here, Gian Gaming? Because that statement game by MCOM Esports, yun yung susundan ng mga ibang teams, para masabi nga nilang, uy, kami yung mananalo sa mga susunod na laban. But what is the capability now of Life is Roblox entering deep into this tournament? And what could Fervent Esports do to cement themselves as a formidable team for that possible playoff spot? No? So talagang napaka-dire na ng mga laruan dito. No? So parang kailangan ng walang magtitipid for both Fervent and Life is Roblox. This has to be like what MCOM Esports did a while ago with that 100% sheer brute force of getting that win. So it is indeed going to be an exciting match, but it's the canvas being blank at this point. Nakita na natin yung potential ng Fervent at ng Life is Roblox, but how far could it possibly go? Will they still go back to their roots, not having that good of an early game, but they can still have that reliable resources during the mid to late game, Parang ang daming pwedeng mangyari. Hindi talaga natin maturo what is absolute for this series, Giang.
Saka kung ano ba yung mga champions na respeto dito na parehong teams, right? Because we saw Fervent Esports having a really good performance kay Ame sa Twisted Fate niya, sa Kiana ni Poppies, even Chai Shi-yin on the Kaisa having like 15-3 and 7 as his KDA. Sa Life is Roblox naman, syempre, yung talian ni Celeste, I think that was really a masterclass demonstration by him. And we're about to see the matchups as well, like Fervent Esports and Life is Roblox. I think we're gonna be starting with Fervent Esports. This roster, Blair, Poppy, Ame, Chai Shi-yin, and Zoa had a really good game when they were battling against Trilang. I think they had ample time as well to prepare for this match, knowing that Life is Roblox is going to be their opponent as well. And I hope they do show us a really good change as well, a much better improvement for them. I think they're gonna need it.
Yeah, so every time that Fervent Esports really do step up in the competition, we are always granted with some good form of action, some balance of passiveness and aggressiveness. But one thing that stands out is definitely Ame. The control that he could allocate from both his roaming and as well as the duels is on par with the good mid laners that we have in this tournament. So that puts Fervent at least in a safe spot that they can fight. They can also throw hands if necessary. They could counteract anything that they are thrown at them. So at least it's safe to say that Fervent is still a team that has a standard approach. But at the same time, if they are in need of, trying to mix up the things in order for the enemies to be confused or at least not know what the next move is, which is something important that teams should also try on. Fervent Esports, yes, you can rely on that one. So some strong showings there from both Blair and as well as from both Blair and as well as Ame. The solo laners really doing some marvelous work in recent times. So that I think that's putting Fervent Esports in a some form of strength. Something that other teams could also respect.
Yeah, I think they need all the strength that they can gather because they're battling against a really, really well-established team as well. LIR, formerly known as a lot of names: Guardians Hive, Kyo Esports, Inferno Esports, a bit of a mix between two as well, or the four, a combination of all the four is Life is Roblox with their composition or with their roster, and we're gonna be showing you guys the profile as well of them. I think the matchup of Blair and LJW is gonna be wild because LJW, the guy from Malaysia, and also Yondu, which is really, really strong from Thailand, is just a collaboration now of the Philippines and international battling for one goal, right? Being champions. Cruz has been in the industry for a very, very long time. Absolutely. And has been demonstrating how good he is. I actually love that he's now in the jungle as well, because he at some point he was in top lane, right? And now he is in jungle, transition from top lane, and he's just constantly improving. Celeste is wild. Carnage is wild. They're star players, and if Fervent Esports wants to take them down, they have to take them on hard.
It really puts an alarm in your ear when you hear the words Carnage or even Celeste, because those two players should absolutely be put in the toughest of spots in order for you to really succeed. But when did it really scratch your memory, Gian Gaming, that those two players really had a bad game? It's tough to say that Carnage really struggles, but he always recovers. That's how strong-willed Carnage is. For Celeste, I do not remember a singular mid opposition that could not even like match up against Celeste. Because from being a top laner, from going a support player, and now a mid lane, Celeste could do anything at this point, and his readability is it's so blurry. You cannot read the next move of Celeste, so that sets apart from the mid laners that we have in this tournament. So imagine going from Yone's, from Yasuo's, to now Twisted Fates, from Enchanter mid laners. That is how flexible he is. A rubber band here for Life is Roblox. So if Fervent Esports will do anything to just try and counteract at least the top lane or even the mid lane, I would really suggest the mid lane, because Celeste could roam and it could turn the tide of the game.
Ganun siya kagaling di ba? Same goes for Carnage as well. Nung nasa Brew Esports pa siya, nung kasama niya sa Lumber, but we have something as well that is just really, really exciting, especially kapag makita mo, you'd love to have it. Everyone wants to have it, even I.
Man, it's really a breath of fresh air. It's still the same names, but di tayo nagsasawa dun no. Parang okay lang sa akin na marinig ko yung mga pangalan na Carnage, na mga Celeste, as long as they're still well driven to play some really good League of Legends. Shout out to also as 1JW. He's now putting up some really solid numbers right now in this tournament, and I feel like a lot of top laners that hope to be in this competition one day should also really follow up on. So now, before we do proceed into the Rift, a word from our friends here at Predator Gaming as they showcase yet again an amazing product, that is the Helios 18. Powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor, also with a 240Hz display, this is well suited for your entertainment duties and as well as for your favorite esports titles. And that is Helios 18. Step up, stand out, and be ready for anything with Helios 18. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, and as well as Acer Predator Lazada, or any resellers near you.
Yeah, you can also unleash peak gaming speed and power with the Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compete. And you can also shop them, of course, at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you. those products are just really pristine. I remember having my very own Predator laptop before. It's really good for gaming too. Na parang siguro yung mga time na nasa college pa ako. Yan. And I wanted something mobile pero gusto ko pang game. Tapos sasabihin ko sa mga gulang ko, Mommy, Daddy, kailangan ko to for school. Yan ang pwede gamitin no sa chat natin.
For AutoCAD, no?
For
yung mga
AutoCAD kasi
bagay.
sa engineering po kasi kailangan malakas ng laptop eh.
So,
Kailangan
huge shout out sa mga architects natin diyan, no, sa mga graphic artists natin and as well as sa mga engineering na gumagamit ng Blender and as well as AutoCAD, no. I'm pretty sure kung kailangan niyo ng malupitang laptop, it has to be Helios 18 or Helios 16S because with that Intel Core Ultra and as well as yung graphics card na meron sila, you will not be disappointed with its performance. Na 1 second na rendering lang tapos na.
Tried and tested na yan.
Proven and tested. It is indeed a battle station fit for any user out there.
Kaya pa yung pang stream. Kaya pa multitask. Hindi
Isipin
ako nahuli ng magulang ko na naglalaro noon kasi ang bilis pag mag-alt tab. Yon ang
Tsaka
pinaka-important.
accurate yung colors. Not to mention the OLED screen, Mr. Giang Gaming. And yun yung pinaka hidden gem ng mga panels ngayon.
Actually, yung pinaka-importante, especially if you're in graphics, in marketing,
Yeah, color
in
is
architecture
everything.
or interior design, anything that has to do with visuals, it's really important. Kaya it's an additional perk, right?
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for our friends here at Predator for still distributing some products here worthy of being called as a possible on the category of best products of 2025, because they are still top notch in the game of either mid-range, budget, or even powerhouse of products. That is Helios 16S and Helios 18, ladies and gentlemen. Pero ito, punta na tayo sa usapang League of Legends na ngayon no? Parang gusto ko na talagang pag-usapan dito ang Fervent pati ang Life is Roblox no? So Life is Roblox, I really appreciate the longevity that these players have because of the composure that they do have compared to other teams. But for Fervent Esports, despite numerous roster changes, despite how many times you do change the hand of the Krakens, Fervent Esports is still a team worthy of a playoff spot. Bakit? Because of their recruitment process, no? Because of how many players that reach out to Fervent Esports, it's still those players that really do excel. At feeling ko ito na yung pinaka-paborito kong iteration talaga ng Fervent Esports, Giang.
Yeah.
Because of what you have in your solo laners, I feel like yun na yung parang redeeming factor kung bakit nandito pa rin yung Fervent Esports na.
I mean, as an organization, Fervent Esports is something that players, that everyone, the teams, that the community really recognizes. It's one of the places that legends are actually just born in as well. Kung natuwa tayo kay Crazy kanina kung gaano siya kagaling, well, it was from Fervent Esports. Ame was from there as well before. So many star players that we do see came there, and it's just an organization that really nurtures players and wants them to be the best that they can. And right now, they really need to be the best that they can. They're battling against a team that doesn't reserve its energy at all. Life is Roblox always gives 100%, and they're really not anymore just fighting for money or for being the top spot. They're fighting for pride as well. They're longing to defeat one of the teams that has tarnished their record from being the best team in the Philippines, and that's West Point Esports. They have a chance to do that today as well, and they're willing to do everything to get that revenge match against them again.
Yeah, it's a huge challenge that is approaching here for Fervent, because Life is Roblox is stacked with championship gold from the trophies that these players have. Not possible runner-up positions as well from past tournaments, but it still puts Life is Roblox in the easiest spot in the dinner table because they are in control of this series. Anything that Life is Roblox is throwing, it is very tactical. And the games that they have approached so far with against WP Academy, I feel like yun na yung standard ng buong ng buong Predator League of Legends. Kung yun yung papanoorin nyo para malaman nyo kung ano dapat yung perfectong League of Legends, it has to be that series, man. And Life is Roblox put up a show. Parang ang ganda.
Oh.
Nagkaroon talaga ng madikitang laban against those two junglers that really pushed out the limits of that game. But at the end, it is now a different opponent now for Fervent. This is a Life is Roblox that is absolutely angry at any opposition right now. So Fervent, yeah, definitely, ball on your court, high pressure on you guys. Pero tandaan nyo, pressure nagiging diamante din yan. And Fervent Esports could really do something really good as a headliner for a possible storyline. Fervent Esports, an upset against Life is Roblox.
When the pressure is high, it means the stakes are high, which means the what you can achieve is really, really high as well. And that's the not only the statement that you have defeated one of the strongest teams here in the Philippines, but it's also the spot that you will keep to push forward for tomorrow's matches, the start of our best of threes, the semifinals here at Predator League. Yung mahirap lang though, kalaban nila hindi lang malakas eh. Malakas din yung buff Salvatore. Grabe. Andito si Wimsy Dale cheering on his baby loves. Hey Celeste, grabe naman yan. Paano matatalo yan? Ang may sixth man, may buff sila sa ngalan ng pag-ibig. Grabe.
Grabe nga naman no? Red buff, blue buff, wala yan kung nandyan ang baby buff no? Ano ang damage per second? Ano ang balik ng mana kung nandyan ang EBEB, no? Ni Boss Celeste, no? Huge shoutout, Wimsy Dale. Maraming salamat sa suporta. Kasi kahit anong iteration ni Celeste, Daylin, kung ano man yan, Celeste, okay, Celeste, maraming naging iterations yan. Pero isa lang ang pagkakakilala natin kay Celeste. He is one flexible of a man because that man can play absolutely anything. Kahit nga bard na kinakatakutan ng kahit sino, no? And that tells a lot on what LIR is capable of. No? And speaking of audience, sa mga taga-suporta natin dyan, why don't we read any of the engagements ng ating community dyan from a Predator live stream? And speaking of, ayan na nga, na-highlight na nga si ate mo, si Dale. Good luck, have fun daw sa mga teams. At least, hindi nagiging one-sided no, si ate Dele, no? Na parang, dapat life is Roblox lang. No, sabi niya teams. So, ibig sabihin, yung 4 na natitira na lang dito. No, 6 nga 6 na natitirang teams dito sa araw na to. No? Huge shoutout once more para sa ating Wimsy Dale dyan.
Alam mo kung kanino sinasabi yan, sa mga teams na mga kalaban ng LIR. Kasi kalaban niya, may malaking buff. Alam mo ba, sa sobrang tindi ng buff na meron si Wimsy Dale kay Celeste, dude, sumama yan sa Taiwan. Pumuntahin sa Taiwan para sumuporta sa international stage. Kalupit pre. How do you beat that, man? How do you beat that? Walang nananalo sa pag-ebig. Grabe talaga si Wimsy Dale.
Palagi naman talaga. Love wins all, no? Love wins games. And love wins everything, no? Yun naman talaga naman. Tinan mo tayong dalawa, no? Yung game. Nagsasama tayong dalawa ngayon. Hindi pa ba pagmamahal to, no? At hindi pa natinag ang isa. So marami talaga tayong engagers dyan sa community natin dyan. So might as well add another one. Sabi dito ni Boss Lawrence Lazaro, let's go Fervent, no?
I love that.
Salamat Boss Lawrence Lazaro sa iyong suporta. Makakarating sa Fervent Esports. Baka padalang ka ng mousepad no? Malay mo pa.
Yun!
Pero malay mo lang, no? Suporta lang ng suporta dyan, guys. Kung sino nga ba ang boto nyo, sino nga pambato at manok nyo, sino ang mas angat, sino ang mas sikat, no? Fervent versus Life is Roblox.
Sarang mananalo dyan. And I actually am a little bit sad na we were gonna be bidding goodbye to one of them in just under an hour. I hope they give us a really good match. Fervent Esports is gonna be designed to be on blue side. Life is Roblox is gonna be on red side. It's gonna start, man. The battle for the position to retain in this tournament and be the one to go towards our semifinals.
Right now, being drawn the cards. That is the picks and bans. Eto na yung labasan ng mga barahe. Sino ba ang may hawak ng alas? Sino ba yung may pinakamalupit na mentality dito in order to get that target bans? Morgana has been making an appearance sa ating ban list, no? And I feel like teams really do not want the flexibility of the Morgana, Parang pwede mo laruin sa jungle, pero mas prominent siya sa mid lane, no? I feel like the mid lane meta of champions like LeBlanc, Sylas, Syndra, Orianna, Azir, ang laking bagay na nandoon yung Morgana. To the fact na hindi mo nga pwedeng, kahit nga hindi mo labanan yung mid lane na katapat mo, mag-roam ka lang, or magkaroon ka man lang ng level 6 presence because of that soul shackles, that's already strong. And the respect from the teams that are trying to go for Morgana picks, kita naman no, na high priority ban pa nga rin siya. No? So for Fervent Esports, now locking in the Syndra for Ame already.
Ooh.
Which to me, for Life is Roblox, you have now the most greatest of advantages para counterin kaagad yung Syndra na yan.
But it might be the same story from the game we saw a while ago between MCOM Esports and Tryland, diba? It may be a bait towards Life is Roblox to go very aggressive. They don't seem to be taking the bait. They went with someone that has been like the rival champion of Syndra ever since like the start of League of Legends, right? But they paired it up with a really good combination of a champion, Nocturne. The paranoia into the shockwave will be there, just designed for team fights and even small skirmish picks. So Fervent Esports, I think now they have to start to be on the defensive.
Yeah. So Life is Roblox really answered the question of what will they pick in order to counter the Syndra. The answer is the simplest of Orianas and Nocturnes, no? So global presence markado na para sa Life is Roblox. Para madagdagan pa yan, I really do think that either a very good, top lane like what, an Aatrox, that could really roam, anything that has global presence, probably a Pantheon in the top lane, no? Pero with the resurgence talaga ng mga counter initiations dito for Fervent Esports, with that being the Poppy and as well as the Syndra, parang ang hirap na humanap ng top lane dito na may magandang gap closer nga talaga. Kled is still open actually, if they do want the maximization of trying to go for engages and as well as the global presence, Kled is also good for LIR.
If they go for Kled, that's just going to maximize their offense, right? And I think that's a really good strategy as well. It can breach against almost anyone. We even saw it a while ago being banned away, but now is a chance for our teams to take it out if it's going to be too much of a threat. Corki gets picked up. I think the Corki is going to be very, very safe on the back line. So far, there's no champion on Fervent Esports that can breach the potential front line of LIR, because so far they haven't really picked the support and the top lane. If they pick Led, it's going to be very, very hard for Fervent Esports. Yeah. But so far the first 3 picks really gives us information that Life is Roblox are not just going for early game, or at least the first few fights at level 6, but they're also investing a lot in late game, because the Orianna scales really well, the Corki scales really, really well, and they're going to be able to both deal lots of damage in the late game.
Resources no? The moment na makapag level 3 or level 5 nga sila, ano na yung meron ang Life is Roblox, and they do not want to risk that strength that they have because of the passiveness of Orianna or even the Corki in the lanes. I think that's where the quiet strength of their champions will have on. Parang nandun hindi nyo na lang dapat pakawalan yun. You don't have to just get caught by any other gank. You have escape tools. You also have disengages as well. May mga pandelay din kayo. So you just have to rely on that one para magkaroon ng success ng Life is Roblox dito yun. So Fervent Esports, definitely high octane. I'm not seeing any lowdowns here pagdating talaga sa mga engages. Maaasahan mo yung Poppy, maaasahan mo yung Syndra, and if you want in even better of a follow-up, nandyan ang Kai'Sa. So it's balance here for Fervent. And an even more balanced approach here for Fervent is the fact that they banned out Renekton and as well as Gwen. So this is Fervent trying to prioritize probably a tankier top lane. So kailangan na nila ng mas magandang top lane dito because they have engages. So might as well dagdagan pa nga nila, no? And you wouldn't want to tarnish any form of second or even third layer of option pagdating sa ating mga engages, no? So yun yung hinahanap natin mula dito sa Fervent, because they will be needing that another tank. Probably the Malphite no? Parang pwede din ata yun. Or probably even ano bang pwedeng top lane na piliin dito yung gaming ng Fervent? Yung talagang makunat talaga, ano?
Well, Kaysante, right?
Yeah!
I've always been that.
Huli ka!
I have mixed thoughts on Kaysante. It's one of the champions I really love, but it's one of the champions as well that I really, really hate. Because I played a lot of games against Kaysante. Sobrang nakakairita talaga, man. I think a lot of people have the same sentiment as well. Parang, Kaysante is such a hassle. Yeah, you can bully Kaysante in the early game. Pero pagdating ng late game, halos wala. There's almost no one that can stop him except the Ambessa. But if for example, for Fervent Esports, if the Poppy is gonna be in the top lane, hindi nakakayanin ni Kaysante ng late game. Kaysante is just gonna even push him back towards his teammates and use the front line against them, right?
Parang yun yung pinaka-offensive na option actually ng Fervent no? So parang kung makukontento na sila sa Scatter the Weak tsaka sa Heroic Charge, which is, to me, it's already strong in of its own, it would be even strong kung magdadagdag pa kayo ng engage mula sa Kaysante kasi malakas na pampilyan, pwede pang makakuha ng out of position na target. So if you do want much more offense here for Fervent, might as well Aurelia or Fiora, no? Also a strong top lane na pwedeng magbigay pa ng opensa kung yun ang focus ng Fervent. But if your life is Roblox, yeah, you definitely have the strong showing from the first two picks that you have because of that pick-off potential of that Nocturne and as well as sa Orianna. So, nagkakaroon ng dilemma dito yung Fervent. Magdadagdag ba tayo ng depensa kasi kailangan may mag-peel sa Kai'Sa natin? Hindi pwede yung Poppy lang Or magdadagdag na lang tayo ng opensa pa. You know, something that could put Kayle or Fiora into the mix sa kanilang draft.
Oh, that will be interesting kung magkakaroon tayo ng Kayle, di ba? Kasi, syempre, it's a big investment, right? Late game, kung sakali, na sobrang, I guess, hassle talaga kalabanin. But, let's see. We're gonna be seeing the continuation of our drafting. We do apologize for the technical problem that we all have experienced, but rest assured, everything's gonna go smoothly from here on out. Especially dahil na-determine naman na natin yung mga champions kanina, like the Gwen, Ornn, and Kled ban, Renekton ban on Fervent Esports as well. Kailangan na lang malaman kung ano ba yung mga last picks dito ng Life is Roblox and Fervent Esports. We mentioned the tank needed for top lane. We mentioned the Kaysante a while ago, both of which are open. Pero kung gusto nila maging more standard, I think Jax is also one na sobrang reliable. Okay siya sa early game, okay din siya sa late game. Hindi siya tank pero sobrang kunat niya and sobrang hassle against auto attacks. And that's a big detriment to the Kai'Sa if ever.
Oh. Okay, so it's not the usual, no? Despite Nico being open, hindi to gagawin ng Fervent. So, they want some security measures talaga sa kanilang Kai'Sa. Tingnan mo naman, pre, no, 4 na bodyguards ang dala-dala dito ni Congressman Chai Siyin. Tingnan mo, pre, how could you burst through the offensive front line na meron ng Fervent dito, no? That's a lot of layers, pre. My goodness, Fervent Esports. Mm-hmm. That is a security, that's an insurance plan hidden inside of a League of Legends draft.
Yeah.
Fervent Esports, that is an unorthodox draft pick if I've ever seen one. Grabe.
Ooh, but the Rumble is going to shred through those bodyguards, right? I think that champion is the best champion that they can pick if they want to deal damage on all of these tanks and slow them down and just pressure them the entire game. It's gonna be tough though kasi it sacrifices the amount of front lines they should have in this game, right? In terms of damage, no doubt, Life is Roblox has it in the bag. But in the early game, where damage isn't there just yet, that's when Fervent Esports can actually strike. Syndra is much better in the early game against the Orianna. The Pantheon definitely is much better in the early game against the Rumble, especially in small skirmishes. It's interesting that we do see Pantheon being in top lane as well instead of the Poppy, so this won't be the usual Pantheon jungle that we do see that is very, very popular not only in our ranked games but also in competitive. So it's a weird but a potential positive thing for Fervent Esports, because if you want someone to deal with the Rumble, you don't want that champion to actually lose, right? And Pantheon can really just win lanes.
Yeah, it's simple as something na if we do want the maximum occupancy of any top lane or even the jungle, you know, because of the global presence of the top lane, kailangan pa natin siya dagdagan ng mga stun lock or even someone that could even go for a follow-up, no? Yung parang mga Syndra and the Poppy. So yun nga yung ginawa dito ng Fervent. Pero let's not discredit the Life is Roblox draft. They do have the makings and as well as the resources para i-melt through lang yung mga frontlines na meron sila dito, no? It's still something na pwedeng magawa ng paraan mula sa Leandry's Torment or even something that the Corki could do from the hybrid build path that he could possibly put out here, ladies and gentlemen. So yun na nga, no, for our second series of today. Sino sa tingin nyo ang mananaig? Sino ang mas angata sa competition dito? Is it going to be Fervent Esports? Is it going to be Life is Roblox? Samahan nyo kami dyan. Let us know in the comments below. Pero dito kami ni Giyang Gaming, one-on-one kami sa usapang sinong mananalo. No?
Yeah.
So for me, I still really think the lineup of Life is Roblox and as well as the macro that they have, I'm going Life is Roblox. How about you,
No,
Mr.
no doubt,
Gaming?
right? It same. I was about to say Life is Roblox for me right from the start. And because there's two things, right? We're not only just talking about the draft, we're talking about the players and their history already in the game, and that is something that cannot be doubted towards them. It's similar to saying like there's a weird composition that you see being drafted by T1, but we're talking about T1 here, and when they do that in a really important tournament, you know that they come prepared. LAR, they've drafted this really high damage, kind of a glass cannon composition because it's only the Nautilus that can actually tank for the team. But I think they're equalizing the stakes here for Fervent Esports. Yes, early game can be hard for Life is Roblox, but if they give them ample time, and they will look for that time to get the resources, and when they get the resources, they're gonna strike much harder than Fervent Esports. The punishment will be severe.
Yeah, Life is Roblox. They're still sous videing their way. You know, they're still cooking. You know, the ingredients that they need in order to get that huge amount of advantage that this comp has once they do have the resources. Whereas at Fervent Esports, it's already catering. You're just going to have to eat it. Napakalakas na in nature na meron sila. You have a stun lock, press W to win from Pantheon. You have the Syndra that could really snowball from the safest of the lanes that she could have rather. Kasi Dark Sphere pa lang, masaya ka na no? Just to get that long range ability para makakuha ng minions. You have Poppy that could level 3 or even level 2 your way into a gank. At lalong-lalo na nga rin meron silang insurance plan dito, that being the Kai'Sa. That Kai'Sa would deliver them so far from the map na feeling ko yun nga yung magiging susi nga nila. The moment that they drafted this, they knew what they were doing with that Kai'Sa pick. Engaged naman tayo sa audience dyan, Mr. Gian Gaming, kasi silang nagiging dahilan kung bakit may buhay at may kulay ang ating Predator League 2026. Sabi dito ni Godfrey Mendoza, thanks Predator Gaming for this tournament. 3 exclamation point at heart emoji. Maraming salamat Godfrey Mendoza sa suporta mo, and especially to our friends there at Predator League. Because like I mentioned last week, Gian Gaming, that this was an afterthought. Sinong makakapagsabi na merong League of Legends si Predator this 2026? If you said that last year, baka magduda-duda pa ako sa'yo. Pero here we are now, gracing in the presence. That is Predator League 2026 League of Legends.
Yun yung pinaka nakakatawa. As someone that has been in League of Legends the entire time from the very start and still here, sobrang big deal yun hindi lang sa akin pero sa lahat talaga. Like the League of Legends scene, the League of Legends community has been wanting this, craving this, begging for this, and just deserving this as well. And Predator Gaming, Predator League making this happen is just something that they will always remember and cherish, and they will not let them down.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some red lights here on the bottom side with that Oracle lens already popped here by Fervent. Grabe nga naman. And take a look, ladies and gentlemen, our second best of 1 for today. It is going to determine who will match up against Naos, and as well as Naos versus Naos versus WP Academy.
Yeah.
Ano nangyari sa utak ko? Nakalimutan kong meron pa palang WPE dito, no? Parang sa usapang top 8, Giyang, hindi nawawala yung WPE, no?
Yeah.
Parang nandoon sila palagi.
They have been there since 2000 and 2022, 2023. That's how good they are. There's only a couple of teams that gives them even just a hard time. Sobrang inlan na.
Tignan mo sino ang nangihingi ng shoutout. Si Boss Austerity.
Ay!
Pinapa-shoutout si Carnage kasi may hangover pa.
Carnage! Ayun!
May pundador bap si Carnage.
Tambay na ba ulit sa Discord? Pag-usapan natin
Ay,
yan.
oo.
Kailangan natin talaga
Yan,
sila.
ang bayan. May masiset ng laban na yan for sure. Naglalabasan na nga ng summoner spells dito. Chai Xian already pop barrier as well. Carnage to go. And there goes a flash auto by Chai Xian. At merong anchor na dala dito si Yodo as he gets the trade. Life is Roblox. Medyo alanganin sa kanilang trade but Fervent got the first blood.
Ayun lang, baka yung tolerance hindi pala kaya. That's just like the damage tolerance of a Corki, right? And he got no kills in that. Not that it's only Yadu that got the kill, but it's not gonna be good in terms of gold funneling kasi si Chai Yin, a Kaisa, now has the long sword going back into the lane.
Yun. So medyo lugi dito si Carnage, no? Pero feeling ko pagdating sa range, I feel like Carnage could really do something about this one. You know, not opting for trades just yet because already Zoa and Chai Yin that has that presence, no? Na kailangan respetuhin ng Life is Roblox bot lane. So it's not going to be an easy task here for Carnage heading into that snowball effect. But for Fervent, you know, every lane has an aggressive path here. For not only Blair, nandun din si Ame. Yeah, Chai Yin now with that first blood. Feeling ko Life is Roblox still has an advantage. You know, the jungler will come into play pagdating sa mga ganitong situation ng Life is Roblox. So yeah, Fervent Esports has the confidence, but how long will that confidence last?
Yeah, because it's not only confidence that wins you games, it's your execution, right? You have to be on point with your decisions, with your movements, be very efficient around the map, especially in the laning phase so far. They are not efficient enough.
So, parang we have to commend Yodo, no? Parang nandoon yung presence eh. Parang gusto niyang talagang tanggalin yung lakas ni meron dito si Chai Yin because of that long sword that he has. And you cannot blame that Yodo does want to get that bush control because Chai Yin is already allocating some gold in the bank. Take a look at the dredge line here from the bush. Not really much kasi ang lakas ng kinukuha ng aftershock dito. Take a look at the damage towards Carnage. Shield of Daybreak. He's taking so much damage. 1 HP natira pa at nabuhay pa si Carnage dito. No? At binigyan ng pagkakataon ni Chai Yin na mabuhay pa ng payapa.
Unfortunately, he did have one biscuit before he had another and also had the pots. Kaya nabuhay siya doon nakapag-regen in Bime. Chai Yin almost executed that damage or almost had the last two auto attacks faster, kaso nga lang he misclicked, hit Yodu instead of Carnage kaya hindi na proc kaagad yung passive niya, and that actually allowed the Corki to stay alive. That one small mistake.
Parang okay na eh. Parang sobra-sobra na yung ano eh. Okay na yung isa pero sobra na yung dalawa. Ayaw ni Carnage yun. Knowing na his summoners will be up soon. So okay na yun para sa Fervent na kahit papano may kumpiyansa na sila. Na limit test na nila na kahit anong gawing engage dito na dredge line ni Yodu, the moment na magland talaga yung Shield of Daybreak na yun at mag-trigger yung passive ng Leona, masakit na trade na yun. And look at that early lane swap here from Life is Roblox as they're anticipating possibly the roam here. So, kinuha na nga nila kagad yung early access sa may top lane para makuha ni Carnage yung maximizing of gold. Para kahit pa paano, tumapat na siya kay Chai Yin kasi Guardian's Axe na meron siya.
Sakit ang poke na meron kay Celeste. But also, right, if you don't win the punches in a direct manner, you switch it up, right? You change positions, you change your pose, you become you try to be unpredictable, and you set them into a location that they're not prepared. And I think this time LIR is doing that so they can shift up the momentum. Right now, Carnage is being able to get a couple of CS, a little bit more than Chai Yin, and LJW is more than happy to take bot lane. Blair responded as well. I think it turned out to be in a really good favor for LIR. They're slowly building a wave to be crashed into the tower, but Cruz is nowhere near, so there's no gank possible for LIR. But for Poppy on Fervent Esports, they can go.
Definitely. And that is full head on, no? So, Life is Roblox, deer in the headlights look, parang bakit nangyayari to? Bakit nagiging aggressive? What a flash from the Dark Spear! Celeste wants to go for the outplay, but Ame just has the better auto-attack damage and as well as the Dark Spear. Plus, the Unleash Power, nagamit nga rin dun, no? Kaya nanggalaiti yung buhay doon ni Celeste. As Ame gets a solo kill in this game, definitely showcasing why he's a solid mid player.
Yeah. Solo killing Celeste and a masterclass at dodging some of the abilities as well from that Orianna. Cruz though did secure the dragon, so that's a cloud dragon already stored for LAR. Looks like they are very fast at taking objectives as well, especially that this is a Nocturne versus a Poppy, and the Nocturne will win in a 1v1, and Poppy doesn't really want any part of it.
Oh, here comes Paranoia. Gusto nga nalang hulihin dito si Poppy. And take a look at the XP difference from the junglers here of this game. Kita na nga naman kung sinong unang nakakuha kagad. And Carnage already flashing out. Plus, the cleanse already popped here by Carnage. Uy, meron pa pala siyang flash Valkyrie yung ginamit niya. Zenith Blade gonna go wide. As Yodu trying to anticipate whatever engage Zoa has on this one. Possible kasi na mag-level 6 na dito sila Zoa no?
Oh.
At paparating na nga yung Papa dito para maging 3v2. Denying the dredge line. Beautiful engage para sa Fervent as they're taking over the leaderboard of kills.
Yeah, they're taking control of the early game. Looks like Life is Roblox plan is not panning out as they thought it would. Cruz is gonna be in the vicinity though to try and maybe punish. He got spotted though. It went a little too deep outside the brush and revealed his position. So Fervent Esports won't go in anymore. No Paranoia though for Cruz, so it doesn't have any way to close the distance. But if we look at bottom lane, LGW is actually winning his lane, and that's a good indicator that Life is Roblox still has something in their bag that they can utilize later on to leverage into team fights. Cruz in the vicinity as well is wanting to get a Void Grub.
That's one Void Grab. Kaya nga ba nila makuha yung dalawang magkasunod pa? Good engage from the Nautilus. Pero magandang Keeper's Verdict para lumayo na nga at lumamang dito ang Fervent Esports pagdating sa mga tauhan. Carnage low on HP. No mana as well. So he's just hitting the auto attacks with no damage whatsoever.
Pantheon.
Here comes Heroic Charge and a Hammer Shock. Beautiful from the Poppy. And here comes the Red Carpet from the Rumble as the Equalizers equalizing the fight para makuha na nga na LIR yung panalo dito. 1JW getting the double kill as the next target is going to be Blair. But what a huge damage output from Ame. Scattered the weak. Yodu in a whole lot of trouble. Flash Aegis of Zionia to stun lock Yodu. And the Heartseeker strike, beautiful to finish it off para sa Fervent. The Equalizer did something but not so much. Nakuha pa rin ng Fervent ng panalo.
Yeah, not enough. Because Life is Roblox, they're not scaled up just yet. Early game again is their weakest point. And Fervent Esports is well aware of that. So many low HP members on Fervent Esports as well a while ago. But wait.
Uy, nahanap na nga yung Paranoia dito as they're trying to deny the feat of Warfare towards Fervent Esports. So yeah, Life is Roblox. The longevity of the fight pushed Cruz para makapag-respo pa nga sa Void Grubs. Naku,
malaking shutdown yun. 500 plus 576 gold ang nakuha ni Cruz doon. A big recovery actually. That's amount. That amount is almost 2 kills. Let's look at this replay again kasi ang ganda kung paano in-start talaga ito ng Fervent Esports, the Keeper's Verdict to put the Nautilus out of position kasi dahil doon hindi siya maka-team fight. Kinakite pa siya ni Ame. It took a while for him to actually get it close towards the Syndra, and Ame still got the solo kill towards Celeste, right? Which was huge. LJW tried to recover and get a couple of kills. Kaso nga lang, nung andun na siya kay Ame, the scatter of the weak man, the pushback, allowed Ame to create enough space and distance to be out of range from the Flame Spitter. And that allowed him to not only get a kill towards the Rumble, but also towards Yodu. Winning the fight, getting the leverage for Fervent Esports, which is so far kind of sizable. In terms of gold, pantay naman sila, but it's where the gold is much better for Fervent Esports. Syndra is ahead, Kaisa is ahead.
Oh, Poppy now invading. Is there a good sign here for Fervent? Shockwave hits as Poppy now goes inside once more. Pero nangaamba lang ang Life is Roblox dito, no? And you can definitely feel that they do want any gold that they can allocate para lang talaga tumapat na sila sa kalamangan ng Fervent Esports ngayon. You know, not really significant on the gold lead, but Fervent Esports is already knocking on the doors of the items that they have. Take a look at the top lane, and as well as the ADC, secured na yung first items nila. So if LIR does force a team fight, they do have to wait patiently before they do strike kasi kinakailangan pa ng mga carries nila ng sangkap na lakas no? Parang hindi sa lahat ng oras kayang i-force to ng LIR, but if it's an out of position target, dun sila malakas.
Katulad ng ginawa ni Cruz kanina, 'di ba, kay Blair? Blair tried to secure the remaining Void Grubs kasi kailangan mag-farm na ni Poppy, kaso nga lang nakita siya ni Cruz, doesn't have any smite, so kuha lang ni Cruz.
Okay, take a look at the pickoff here from Yodu. They do want to go for the escape, but Life is Roblox does not want to escape. They want to go in for the fight as Paranoia is already popped, plus the Flame Spitter is huge. Grand Starfall, nasama na nga dito si Blair, and a very good equalizer separates the three members of Fervent Esports. Blair with a good priority over towards Celeste. At na-fear na nga dito si Zoa as another pick-off here from LIR. Bumabawi na nga ba sila? Hindi pa rin po mga kaibigan. Cruz now in a whole lot of trouble as Fervent Esports still wins the fight despite the multitudes of ultimates from Life is Roblox. They're eyeing for Dragon.
Dude, it's the isolation play. Divide and conquer, and Life is Roblox, they were divided and they got conquered. Fervent Esports did a really good job, especially in separating Cruz, separating Celeste, separating everyone. Check out this replay because they really wanted to pile onto the Syndra. Ame already took down the Nautilus before the fight even started. And the equalizer meant nothing because it wasn't placed correctly. So the big damage already from LJW is gone. Cruz went to Zoa, but it's all a ruse already because they were already onto the pages of the carries, the remaining carries of LIR. So even though he got the kill onto Zoa, damage is out, the skills are already invested, but the members, the crucial members of LIR were in a vulnerable position. They were chasing them down and they got too deep and they got bite in the bot instead by Fervent Esports. Now the gold is starting to balloon. A while ago it was even despite Fervent Esports being ahead in terms of kills, but now we're starting to see some developments in this blue side team.
And that was an equalizer that I felt like it separated a lot of the members, but it took a while before they found the opening spot in order to get that flank. So the separation from both Ame and Zoa was already good enough, but it kind of felt like Fervent Esports still had their carry in them, which was Chaisian. So there was a lot of free hitting, and there wasn't even any healing from their carry. Chaisian just had really better positioning. So LIR really needs to be careful on that one. And to get that high priority target, they do have to risk themselves in going forward. No? So they do have a lot of stun locks. Marami silang crowd control, pero hindi naman nalalayer ng maayos talaga, no, Giang. So LIR just really needs to have that chemistry back into full effect. Feeling ko, hindi lang ata si Carnage yung may hangover dito. No, Giang? Parang yung mga ibang members nakihalo-bilo lang din sa pag-ikot ng bote. No? So now LIR needs to come back. They need to be well lifted para mahanap nga nila yung teamfight na hinahanap nila. Despite how huge the gold lead is, I could still point out that this is somehow even. No? Pero Fervent Esports in terms of team fighting, yeah, they still have that, they still have that presence.
Sabi nga ni Austerity, nerf daw sila eh. Pero tingnan natin kung okay dito sa bot lane.
Okay. Magkakaroon ng swimming lesson dito ang LIRs. They're going in for the dive. Cruz now pop the paranoia pero walang gagamitin to para lumapit ang LIR members towards Fervent's direction. Nothing really much. Puro ambahan nga lang dito. No? It was a failed dive attempt here from Life is Roblox. Fervent Esports had the good timing.
No ulti for LJW. No ulti for Cruz as well. Tower being freely pushed by Ame in the top lane. So again, that decision in the bottom lane wasn't good for LIR. Fervent Esports, they made the better call, especially in tracking down some of the members of LIR responding into the bottom lane, denying the gank, allowing them to secure the tower in the top lane, giving them more gold. And now, LIR back into the top lane, wanting to get the Rift Herald, but they're not buffed up just yet. They're actually quite isolated too.
Yeah, this is a position in a team fight that LIR wanted to go in for the force. Carnage now trying to track down Ame, going in for the bushes. Pero si Yodo, alanganin na nga yung buhay dito. And there goes the hammer shot to take him down. As the next target is now taken down as well as Carnage, not seen in the fight. Just like that, out of the fight, isang iglap lang na wala na. Yung dalawa make it 3 members of LIR, Fervent Esports, with a counter initiation that forced 3 members out of the fight.
They just played with them, right? Fervent Esports are toying with Life is Roblox. They knew from the start that they would go top lane because the Rift Herald was there. Ame knew he was a target. They knew that there was a target on his back, and Ame bought so much time and even was able to stay alive in the end. That pushback again, it happened in top lane a while ago against LGW, and it happened again this time against everyone on LIR. Now they're ahead by double the amount that we mentioned earlier. They got the Rift Herald that they can use into the mid lane to get more gold as well, and they're getting their items, man. Defense item already picked up by Blair with the Hex Drinker, so he will be able to sustain himself much better against LJW, against Celeste as well, when we're not seeing any successful picks just yet on LIR. They're really getting backed into a corner this time.
Yeah, and it's still LIR trying to knock on somebody's door here to get that access in the snowball conversation. You know, there's a lot of presence from the Paranoia and as well as the damage from Carnage, but I feel like it's still not enough to uplift LIR's chances of winning a team fight. This is Fervent Esports not playing the 1v1s. This is them trying to force everything to make it a 5v5, you know? It's something that they have an innate advantage against LIR. And that's one good presence that Fervent could really bank on. So something reliable here from Fervent is they do have strong pushes and as well as the resources that they have. Yes, this is a team fighting focused heavy team and you cannot blame them. That is that is the advantage that they have. Here comes a possible 50-50 take. No, not even a 50-50. A 100-0 Dragon take here from Fervent as LIR trying to push some force on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I think Life is Roblox is now starting to realize they can't really take on Fervent Esports, at least not right now. We're seeing adjustments, especially in their itemizations as well. Celeste and Carnage really just focusing on mid to late game, especially that we see a Rod of Ages even on Celeste and Archangel Staff next. LJW needs to be very careful, but fortunately Yodo is going to be there. He also disengaged in time, but it's a long journey for them going back into the base. Fortunately, Fervent Esports has no interest in pushing their luck. After that ulti or Grand Skyfall by Blair, it just cleared the wave. Now it's going back into the base. I think the next big objective here is going to be the Atakan, and Fervent Esports, they're really establishing good vision already.
Oh, what a play from Poppy, going in for the insect, hidden towards the Poppy. Oh my god, denying the Valkyrie from the steadfast presence. That was an insane. More. Look at the Zenith Blade, even better one here from Zoas. Blair gets the Comet Spear to take down the Nautilus. What a play from Fervent Esports. They're now going aggressive.
Yeah, now they're pushing the limits of Life is Roblox. They know that LIR won't be responding to their aggression anymore, so they're picking the isolated fights. And what better way to pick a fight against someone that is just trying to scale safely? They picked Carnage. Yodu tried to respond, but it put him in a really bad spot instead. So they got 2 kills. Gold is getting higher and higher. Now it's at 5,000 at 19 minutes into the game. It might not be as substantial as a 10,000 gold lead, but in a composition that has a really high damage output, every gold counts. 2 items already on Ame. For Celeste, it's still very far from his Seraph's Embrace, and very far for Carnage to reach towards the Murumana. It's a long power spike time for them, and Fervent Esports knows it as well.
Yeah, and there still needs to be some action here from Life is Roblox. They need to deny everything from Fervent Esports, and that is the strength that they have. That blast cone just costed the life of Yodu. And that was so tactical from Fervent, denying the dredge line there from the Nautilus. As now Fervent Esports with that pick catapulted now into the Atakan take, with LIR not even seen towards this direction. So yeah, that is all you need to know. Fervent Esports is taking control of this game.
Oh man, Fervent Esports. There's something today, Salvatore.
There's something with our predictions. There's something with our predictions, you know?
Are we cursed or something? Or are they hearing our thoughts and wants us to be proven wrong?
Yeah, and
I like that motivation.
That is a good headline. You know, Fervent Esports is fueled with the doubt that these people have voting against them. You cannot blame yourself for voting LIR because heading into this tournament, they are next to WP Academy and as well as Naos to be one of the few champions of this tournament. And Fervent Esports now has the chance to push through that LIR is not just a team that is destined for a championship. They are also destined to fall under the grace of Fervent Esports. And yes, it is now happening right now, Gian Gaming. 4.7k gold lead, 19 kills in record here for Fervent. Anything that they could force, Fervent Esports will most likely come out on top.
And Poppy is just gonna be able to tank everything now coming from LJW and Celeste. He has the Force of Nature that gives him so much magic resistance and even reduced damage from a higher reduced damage compared to other MR items, plus the movement speed. He also has the Boots of Swiftness, so it's not gonna be slowed at all by the Orianna and by the Rumble. He can easily do his job, which was from the very start to isolate the members of LIR and to counter Cruz, to counter Carnage, counter the Nautilus. All mobility skills will be denied, and he has been doing that flawlessly from the start.
Yeah, Fervent Esports, there is nothing of a blemish here when it comes to their decision making. They have been on point, and LIR, they just couldn't do anything at this point to even things out, you know? You can see the struggles, and you can definitely feel that they are highly pressured right now to come up with a decision that could be game-changing. So far, Fervent Esports have been driving this bus towards the destruction of the Nexus. And every time that Fervent Esports is allocating some form of position in the map, you know, LIR is forced to go back into their base or even retreat. So that is the strength that Fervent has. They have presence, they have the resources, they have everything that they could use against LIR. And now they are in the position to get this soul point. LIR couldn't do anything to just make it easy for them, you know? They have the Respo, they have the global presence, and you cannot just count out Fervent Esports just yet because the strength that they have right now is immeasurable.
Oh, they're wanting more. Teleport's
like a teleport that is supposed to be good, but it turned out to be bad. Here comes Aegis of Zionia, and as well as the Paranoia here from Cruz, and the Shockwave was denied here. Good one here for Fervent, as Chaisian is now on a rampage. Good timing from the Kaisa, but the shutdown is now claimed here by LIR. So far, there's a lot of LIR life bars here that is very, very efficient. Chaisian now on the double kill. Poppy now turning in the tides. What a turnaround by Fervent Esports, as Chaisian getting the triple kill. Yondu now running away from his life as he gets the dredge line towards the wall. Poppy is so fast. Void Seeker, it's gonna hit, but there is no killer instinct as Poppy gets the last kill to secure the ace. What a turnaround of a team fight by Fervent Esports.
Everything started with a takedown to Blair, but the cost, the bill was too high. That was an ace and even a triple kill by Chai Shi-yin. Dude, Fervent Esports are loaded at this point. And in a minute from now, Baron is gonna be spawned up. LIR, they can't take any more fights. They have been like really suppressed this entire game. And to think that Fervent Esports is now making all the decisions in this game, denying any opportunities for LIR to come back, is just wild, man. It's just wild.
My goodness. Fervent Esports, you are definitely right on that one. With them being loaded on the map, you know, there's nothing that they could have possibly done to at least disregard Ame and Chaisian's damage. Nobody could soak anything that they're throwing.
Just like that.
And another pick off from Fervent cements Chaisian's godlike position in this game. 25-7, almost catapulting into a 10k gold lead. Eventually it will happen. That 8k gold is already secured here by Fervent, and they're loading up much more resources into their pockets as they're getting Baron.
It's gonna be a free Baron. Nobody can take them on. I think this game is coming towards a conclusion already, and LIR, they're not. It's like watching a fighting sport, right? We see one person dominating the fight, throwing the punches, throwing the kicks, and we're like the referee. We're like the commentators and the referee as well. But we see the other person not throwing punches anymore, just purely defending. What do you do with that? It kind of gives us the impression already that this is a lost game for LIR. And we're talking about Life is Roblox here, a team that has a vast amount of experience already, but looks like Fervent Esports, they have the experience of their own too, especially in the long span of experience that they've had, even going up against these players. Looks like they took notes, they really prepped for this game. They know and recognize and respect the strengths of Life is Roblox, but they also are very much aware and now are exploiting the weaknesses of Life is Roblox, and they're doing such a hell of a good job here in this game.
Strength in numbers here for Fervent Esports, as you cannot see them just roaming by the map with just one singular player. It's them always putting 3 or 2 members against, like, what, 3 or 4 members of LIR? That's how strong they are in making sure that everyone is going to get picked here at Life is Roblox. What an eclipse from the
100-0.
Leona, as Yodu gets 100-0 instantly in a snap like that. As Fervent Esports is Baron empowered, and they are definitely empowered to take down the resources and as well as the structures of LIR.
They're happy to do that. They can easily do that. They can end the game if they want to. They're just respecting Life is Roblox. They don't want to be too greedy. They don't want to push what they already have. And they're just playing it safe as well, which is the right call, the smart call as well. They're taking little by little all the resources, all the towers, all the structures of Life is Roblox. And it's about time they fight back, baby.
Here comes the desperation measures as the paranoia plus the shockwave combo not gonna do anything as Cruz gets taken down immediately. Poppy now dominating. Heroic charge onto Yodu. He meets another black and white screen.
Ooh.
What a grand starfall by Blair to get access on the back line. Celeste accepting his fate, teleporting outside of his base. You are not ready to hear the words that will be coming right out of my mouth. Fervent Esports defeating Life is Roblox. Yes, you heard it here first. Fervent Esports destroying Life is Roblox 30-7. My goodness, another one-sided affair.
In under 30 minutes as well. That is the statement that we want to see on Fervent Esports. What a masterclass of a game by Fervent Esports, forging their path to honor as well, and taking their spot in the semifinals, securing their spot in the semifinals, and taking down one of the big dogs here in this tournament as well. Wow.
Well, that is a shocker, actually, because for continuous times and as well as for the amount of positions that Life is Roblox has taken upon in order to be solidified as a solid team, you would argue that it's supposed to be an easy game for Life is Roblox. But take a look at who's on top right now. It's Fervent Esports, and they took that on a chokehold, not letting Life is Roblox breathe a single ounce of air in order for them to survive for that long. Under 30 minutes is insane, and even putting out 20 plus kills against a team that is super aggressive in their early to mid game is even better than what they did. So initially it's all eyes on Life is Roblox, but take a look at where are all the eyes now, Giang Gaming.
Everyone is looking at the team that dominated them, not only just dominated them, decimated every single member of Life is Roblox. I know I'm being a little bit harsh here, but it's just pure facts, man. And we have to recognize and really give so much credit to the team that beat Life is Roblox. Fervent Esports, this is an organization that, again, just invests so much in everyone, and it nurtures them, makes them a legend, and legend has been made right now. Fervent Esports taking down Life is Roblox, pushing their limits, and now securing their spot in the semifinals. Might even be challenging Naos Esports, West Point Esports, or even having a really good matchup against MCE coming right up tomorrow. I'm just so excited to see more of Fervent Esports. I love the developments that we are seeing towards this tournament as well. The teams are just stepping up. They're continuously stepping up, and I like it. Yeah, we're bidding goodbye to other teams, but man, we cannot deny the fact that some teams are just rising up to the challenge and beating their opponent.
Yeah, and this is the teams that are really stepping up in order to secure their spot into the playoffs, because, you know, these teams are now hanging on by a thread, because one mishap on a game could cost everything. That opportunity to be titled as the champion is no longer in those arms of the players or the teams that have lost today. So as now Fervent Esports advances into the next round, we now put Fervent Esports in the same category as even WP or even Naos, and as well as Try Lang, you know, because that's something that's something is so out of the ordinary right now, because Fervent Esports is now a team that you should respect. They're no longer underrated. They now belong into that team that has a legacy to become a champion here at the pilot season of Predator League of Legends. So exciting storylines already being brewed up here.
And I like the amount of investment that some of the teams are really giving towards this tournament, because again, Predator Gaming, they're the only one that actually gave a chance at League of Legends. The players, the community, the teams are really taking this to the heart, which means they're offering their pride in this tournament now. They're not treating this as any other community tournament, any other like regular tournament. No, they're thinking of this as the big league, and the teams are really stepping up. Fervent Esports, MCOM Esports as well are just pure examples of that as well. They're ready for tomorrow. I think they're ready. They're prepared,
Yeah,
even if this our games today were best of threes. That's the amount of investment that they have made. And the demonstration as well is proven by the results that they have shown. 27 minutes by MCE, 28 minutes by Fervent Esports against LIR. Dude.
Yeah. Which team would Sinong team makakapagsabi na kaya naming i-28 minutes lang on Life is Roblox? That team has loads of aura and talent in them, from the mid lane to the jungle, even to their top laner, who is renowned internationally as a solid top laner. But it kind of looked like the chemistry wasn't there from Life is Roblox, but they still have the next move. They can still work things around with their next iteration of this tournament. So now Fervent Esports has that confidence in entering into the semifinals about tomorrow. So that would put them a lot of momentum into their system, and that's good if you are Fervent Esports. So congratulations to Fervent for advancing. Life is Roblox. Hindi pa kami mamamaalam sa inyo. Pwede pa namin kayong makita. And there's still some strength in you guys in order to still at least position into the tournament at a very favorable spot, Pero now with that out of the way, gusto ko nang makita talaga yung mga numero dito. No? What are the stats? What kind of damage did Ame bring out into this Syndra performance of his? Because that Syndra really delivered the stun locks and as well as the damage output from the Unleashed Power. How many times sila nagkabanatan dito ni Celeste? It was a lot. It was a lot.
Not only Celeste, but also Cruz, LGW, even Yadu couldn't just get into his face. He was outplaying everybody. Yung timing niya ng Scatter of the Week was always on point. And there's just something about Syndra today. Saw it twice already. Same games. Very similar score lines as well. And there's something about our players' performance with Syndra. Is it safe to say, or maybe even risky to tell, kasi baka masumpaan natin na makakita tayo ng Syndra mamaya din, or maybe a ban. I'm not gonna be surprised if meron din. Kasi grabe yung performance sa Syndra.
Grabe.
Mga players natin
Yeah. And everyone is hearing, no, yung pagka-oppose natin sa kanila, no, and they're taking it personally. On what MCOM Esports did, try lang, we said that was the standard. Take a look at what Fervent Esports did, living up to that standard, even probably like making it balanced, because what MCOM did is similar to what Fervent did, but there's a difference pagdating dun sa odds ng kalaban nga nila. This is Life is Roblox, man. They absolutely disrespected their way towards destroying that Nexus. And Fervent is now in the spot where they are glorified. And well-deserved nga naman talaga, no? So yeah, absolutely. It's now the time here for Life is Roblox to try and go back to the drawing board. What's wrong? What went wrong? Or even what's wrong internally into that Life is Roblox team? Hopefully, no, maayos na nga nila heading into that playoff spot, because they still have the chance to make things happen for them. But now, I'm also now excited kasi hindi lang ito yung dalawang series na makikita natin, Gian. Pagkatapos nito, meron pa tayong patalastas. Oof. At pagkatapos nun, yun na, main event na. Kumbaga, pelikula na gustong panoorin ng mga ibang tao. Pero mamaya na muna yun, sorpresa na para yun sa mga manonood natin dyan sa ating Facebook live stream ni Predator Gaming. Let's take a look at the highlights, Gian Gaming. This was the team fight that sparked it all. You know, the paranoias and as well as the engages here from a Fervent. I feel like it was good enough na para mawalang bisa yung mga ultimates dito no, ng Life is Roblox, which is strong in the early game. Pero kita mo naman kung sino yung nanlamang.
Ang ganda kasi talaga ng placement sa kanang strategy na ginagawa ng Fervent Esports eh. Yung divide and conquer, yun ang ginawa nila buong game talaga. Separating crews, separating Celeste, separating LJW, the strong carries of LAR, even Carnage was separated, isolated. It was their Life is Roblox seemed to be in this game fighting this entire game alone. Every single player. And Yodu was trying to rescue everyone as well. He became a sacrifice time and time again, but for no good result. Ang hirap. Parang hindi collected dito yung Life is Roblox. And it's not LAR's fault. It's the way that Fervent Esports were positioning themselves and timing the fights. Kita nila, tuwing naiispatan nila yung members ng LAR, because look at this replay, lower right, kita nyo may ward. May ward sa jungle ng Life is Roblox. They know about their position. So they know their timing as well. Gaano katagal sila po makakaabot sa fight, kung tama ba na mag-start na sila ng fight. And at this point, siguro yung last fight na ito, they just knew, they were desperate for a fight. Kumaga, last duel na ito. And, well, was the last fight as well. And they can easily dominate them kasi 12, 14k up na sila nito at that point. Kakakuha lang din nila ng mga items sila. And they just wanted to end the mystery of Life is Roblox. This was not just any kind of victory. This was similar to game number 1. It's a statement. This time by a different team, but also equally strong team as well. Fervent Esports. I'm so proud to see them defeat Life is Roblox, and I think they're ready. They have been ready already, and they have been confident in themselves from a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Pero ngayon, ang nakakatuwa lang kasi nakakita tayo ng mas marami pang results, and I can't wait to see the MVP is, because every single member actually deserves just an MVP. But I think we saw a lot of plays from Poppy, using Poppy. Yun yung nakakatuwa pa din sa kanya, using his signature champion, and he's just really good at this champion. Yung role niya as the isolator disruptor of LIR was the key to them winning the fights, and he did it the entire game pa.
Pangalan
consistent
niya na
talaga.
Pangalan niya na yun, no? Parang it's supposed to be him. No other person could play Poppy in the art form that this man is portraying it to be. And his ability to make sure that the keeper's verdict is fully effective, yung target selection niya para maging maganda, yung kakalabasan ng keeper's verdict na yun, I feel like this is the only man that you could rely on para magawa yung ganong klaseng bagay. And not just that, but the presence that he has in the jungle in order to make sure that there's going to be a guaranteed pick-off is absolutely insane. Finishing the game with 7-1 to 12. That kill participation is absolutely amazing from Poppy. And I feel like it didn't highlight so much from the numbers, pero kung gameplay mismo yung pagbabasihan talaga natin, that man was a tear in the hearts of Life is Roblox. It was a thorn in the throats of everyone there that wanted to play aggressively. At pagdating naman sa isolation para makuha talaga yung maximum occupancy talaga ng gold at ng XP, hindi pa pwede kayo kay Boss Poppy, no? And speaking of Poppy, no, congratulations nga pala sa ating Fervent at congratulations din sa mga gustong kumuha ng mga produkto na Acer, kasi kung meron nga kayong pera dyan, dito nyo na nga paggastusin kasi meron nga tayong tinatawag na Predator X39. Kasi 39 inches lang naman na 1440p ang display, 240Hz, overclockable to 108Hz pala. Pero overclockable yan no, at 0.5 milliseconds response time. That is built for esports performance. That is amazing nga naman. At makikita mo lang yan dito sa Predator X39. And you are going to be able to avail one of these babies sa Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online store. So get yours now in order to get that amazing esports experience with Predator products. And men, that is amazing. No? Gusto ko rin ng ganyan. Isipin mo, no, yung gaming, 39 inches yung monitor mo, kita mo na kagad yung Nexus ng kalaban.
Actually, I want that as well. Feeling ko sobrang nakakatuwa and pag may ganyan kang monitor. Nakakatuwa din kasi may next buff tayo. I mean, Elijah, the Bebe buff of Devoured is gonna be watching. Tignan natin kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng mas magandang buff ngayon kasi kanina parang hindi gumana.
Yeah, ball on the court para dito sa WP Academy and as well as Anaos Esports. Bigyan mo kami ng magandang laban. We'll be taking a short break. Pagbalik natin, suntukan na ulit sa loob ng Summoners Rift. This is still Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Salvatore and Giang will be right back. Welcome to the Predator League 2026 League of Legends culmination ng Swiss stages. At bago nga talaga tayo mamaalam sa group stages na to, pre, bibigyan namin kayo ng isang malupitang El Clasico, no? The battle of two former combination of teams, pero ito naghiwalay na nga sila ng landas. The main event of today, Naos Esports, former Capybara versus WPE Academy. Doon pa lang umusok na yung tenga ko, Gian Gaming.
Oo, sobrang nakaka-excite yung laban natin. Two really strong teams, former teammates as well. The rivalry has been set, the stone has been cast, and these teams have to battle one last time to determine sino ang makakapagsabi na silang pinakamalakas so far this tournament. Sino ang undefeated pa. Kasi pareho sila 2-0 yung standing, di ba? Capybara or Naos Esports won against their opponents in day 1. They won against Olfu, taking them down. Day 2 naman nanalo sila against Fervent Esports, the team that we just recently commended for how brutal they were against Life is Roblox. Yung games natin so far 27 minutes and 28 minutes, but they've achieved that faster. 26 minutes nila natapos in 20 seconds defeating Fervent Esports. It was that dominating. It was also the fastest game in the entire tournament as well. Ganun kalupit ang Naos Esports. West Point Esports, I think they're well prepared for sure. Sobrang lakas talaga ng team nito. There's very few people that can actually take them down. Many have tried as well. Tons have tried, but very, very few can call them the victor. And they're also champions consistently sa ating national tournament for 2 years now. They remain undefeated. That's how strong they are. So, magiging masaya yung laban na to.
They're always prepared, no? Parang hindi naman tayo nakakita ng laban na nanghihinayang, nagtitipid, or even like wala sa A-game ang WP Academy. Every time that they step up into the plate, nandiyan pa rin talaga sila naglalaro ng 100% pure artistry na League of Legends. Courtesy of their jungler Devoured, who I think is the most consistent jungler in this whole tournament. No? Parang he's always aggressive and it's always effective. Yun yung tagline dito ni Devoured. It's him being aggressive, pushes out so many positions na pwedeng kunin talaga ng WP Academy, and that's one thing that they could have para sa kanilang advantage dito. Naos Esports, I feel like their macro is decided kung magkakaroon ba talaga sila ng magandang early game. No? So, it's the mind games here for Naos Esports. I feel like it's their forte na kalmahan lang muna sa lahat ng bagay bago talaga sila umatake. It's a contrast, no? Parang it's the battle of the yin and yang. You wouldn't know what would hit both WP and Naos Esports kung magkakaroon ba sila ng kakulangan sa passiveness, magkakaroon ba ng kakulangan dito ang WP Academy sa aggression. You will never know unless hindi mo pa napapanood. Let's take a look at the team profiles na ngayon na Gian Gaming. Makita-kita man lang natin sa pagmumukha nila kung handa na nga ba talaga sila sa El Clasico natin. The main event, Naos Esports. Men, parang nung nakaraang Sabado lang Capybara pa kayo. Capybara pa. Take a look at their new sponsor. Woo! Naos Esports.
Sakto pa yung pakpak, no? Hindi nakakatawa. Sakto yung pakpak nila.
Sukat na sukat no?
And we are looking at the players now na yung talent nila finally na-recognize. Well-deserved recognition ito para sa kanila. They are really strong. Si Mike nga nag-comment pa dito sa live stream natin. ng parang emote na yung thumbs up basically, and handa yan. Mike yan, Galata, everyone here inside of Naos Esports has been commended by our pro players already, most especially by Devoured. He knows kung sino mga malalakas. I think there's already an established recognition of strength ng parehong teams natin, and I just love the rivalry.
It's now a rivalry being brewed up, no? Kasi alam ko sa sarili ko na matagal pa natin makikita ang roster ng Naos at ng WP Academy na nagkakasagupaan sa isa't isa, and I like those storylines na mabubuo talaga, no? And speaking of WP Academy, let's introduce West Point Esports Academy, my friend. It's still them. Sila pa rin naman yan. Yung mga, pag sinabi mo yung mga pangalan, kakakalebang talaga ang tenga mo.
Yep.
Aseved and Mist, still the bot lane prodigies that they are, but the jungler, he is indeed the man of the hour, no? Parang you cannot talk about WPE Academy without putting Mr. Joshua Escocharo, no? Devoured. This man is living and breathing League of Legends, no? Parang he has been a champion his whole life. Gian Gaming.
Oo. Saka natawa lang ako pag nakikita ko yung habang gumagano si Diwan. Ang bait na itsura eh. Pero
mabait kasi yan.
Mabait kasi yan.
Mabait yan. Mabait yan.
Lalo na may buff eh. Malapit yung buff. Grabe talaga yung baby buff na meron sa kanya ni Eliza. And I think in terms of record, like itong entire roster ng West Point Esports Academy, kargado talaga. I can still remember one national tournament grand finals na nakita natin si Mist. In ADC diff niya si Austerity at his like prime as well. Oof. That's how good he is. Azevid as well, grabe talaga yung synergy na meron sila ni Devoured, and most of the time we even see them like brutally honest talaga sila sa isa't isa. So kapag may mali na isa, may yung kabila, talagang pinag-uusapan nila at they even will go toe-to-toe against each other just to prove their point. And I think that level of competitiveness, isa sa minention ni Devoured din, that separates them from the rest of the teams. Yung level of competitiveness sa organization nila, sobrang taas talaga. And I think maybe this time, mamamatch na yun ang kabilang team ng Naos.
Yeah, and hopefully bigyan talaga nila tayo ng magandang laban dito, no, from the games that had early stints of exit, no. Baka ito pwedeng umabot ng 30 to 40 minutes. Hindi natin alam. So kayo na bahala na o sa WP Academy, basta kayo nasa sa inyo ang pagkakataon na bigyan kami ng magandang League of Legends. At isa rin sa mga magagandang pwedeng mangyari dito sa loob ng Predator League is their products, Mr. Gian Gaming. Wala nang iba kundi ang Helios Neo 16S AI at ang Helios Neo 18. Powered ba naman kasi ng Intel Core Ultra, tas meron pang 1440p display na meron pang 240Hz. Talaga nga pang AutoCAD, pang academics, and as well as for your favorite esports title. Get yours now at any Acer Predator online store, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or any Acer Predator stores near you. And that is Helios 18 and Helios 16S AI. Gusto ko rin ng ganyan. Yan ang League of Legends, yan ang battle station na gusto kong paglaruan ng League of Legends 24/7 because it will give you like the greatest of advantages, no? Kasi ang linaw ng lahat, no? Tapos hindi ka pa bababaan ng FPS kasi nga powered ng Intel Core Ultra. Yan ang dala sa inyo ni Predator League.
Ultra
Ay, dala sa inyo
9.
ni Acer Predator. Grabe, my goodness.
And it's
proven
also
and
integrated
tested, solid
by AI.
product. Yes.
Yun yung malapit nga. I think you get some sort of leverage, a big leverage now when any of your device is integrated by AI. And I think it has always been proven already by manufacturers, by everyone that believes in the power of AI. Kaya ngayon talagang sobrang nakakatawa kapag makakita ka ng ganon. It's a big step up, lalo na pagdating sa tech industry. Ang ganda. And the products definitely will perform really, really well. And it's something that everyone wants, for sure, including us. Kasi grabe ganda yung products eh. I can still remember like last week, diba, minention ko din kanina off-stream na gusto ko yung scooter nila. Kasi nakita ko lang sa isang
eto,
ad nila.
Scooter baka mo, Mr. Gian Gaming. Eto, suggestion ko lang naman from the folks there at Acer Predator. What if Acer Predator e-bike? Oh my goodness, promise, marami talagang tataas na sales dyan, no? At talagang maraming maiengganyohan na sumakay na. Ang brand ng e-bike mo is Acer Predator. Talagang pang isipin mo, no? Oh my goodness. Ay, nako, gusto ko rin ng ganun.
Sobrang tipid ko rin itong tao, pero pagdating sa anything about tech and food, yun ang weak spot ko. I have like 4 phones. Not something to be proud of.
Expose mo naman yung sarili mo, no?
Kasi I love like reviewing stuff. Tapos kung may maganda ba, parang I want to try it for myself. Like kung legit pa talaga yung ano. And I keep my devices kahit yung iba kasi 'di ba parang pag may device sila tapos gusto nila ng bebenta nila tapos kuha sila ano. Pag sa akin, I want to keep it kasi for the memories. Ganun ako na type ng tao. So parang no. Please wag niyo na ako demonyo
Kung
even
ako
further.
nagkakamali, parang during Campus Rivals nagbigay pa nga sila ng Acer Predator na Standy Cup eh. That's something na gusto ko rin makuha. You know, it's something day to day. You know, parang wag na tayo
Predator, sige
gumamit
na.
ng iba pang jugs dyan. I really love Acer Predator. No? Bahan naman, you know.
Wala na
Sabi ko
eh,
pa
no?
location ko, wala na pagpatay na lang yung
Nagkapal
broadcast.
mukha
para
na eh,
hindi-
no?
Okay, no? Ganun lang eh, no? Please. Di ba, may mga bagay na nadadaan sa pilit talaga ng Mr. Giang Gaming. Isa na doon, isa sa mga pinakamagaling na aspeto na meron tayo, Boss Giang Gaming, is yung pagbebeg. No?
Oo.
Kanina pa tayo nagbebeg na sana maganda yung laro ng Naos tsaka ng WP Academy. Sana itong mga teams na to is makasali pa sa mga ibang tournaments eh, no? At hindi na ito yung huling halakak nga nila. No? At kung nakikinig po kayo, Mr. Acer Predator, baka naman. Lambing, no? Pero now, let's go back to Naos versus WP Academy. Masyado na nga tayo masaya, Mr. Giang. And this matchup is indeed for the ages. Eh, no? We are potentially having a preview of the Grand Finals ng ating Predator League 2026. And if ngayon pa lang nanonood na nga kayo, let us know in the comments kung sino nga ang pambato nyo, sino ang manok nyo. Is it going to be Naos or WP Academy and why? Baka ma-feature namin kayo sa aming community comments eh, no? At bibigyan kayo ng malupitang shoutout dito. Nakikita yung pangalan nyo at yun ang pinakagusto namin is yung suporta ng ating community.
Saka, yun nga, di ba na-mention mo na parang sneak peek ng Grand Finals ito. Yeah, I think these two teams, win or lose, okay lang sa kanila kasi sila yung undefeated so far dito sa tournament natin. So, I think they're gonna be setting this as a testing ground to get info against each other as well. Kasi syempre, magkakasama sila dati. They're peers as well. They know about each other's strengths and weakness. But it will be cut short. Kasi syempre, now, magkalaban sila and also from two very different organization. Hindi na yung parang make-up team na lang. Naos Esports and West Point Esports are gonna start to be rivals and I think ito yung bibigyan nila tayo ng patikim sa pwedeng mangyari sa semifinals or maybe even sa grand finals natin. I just can't wait. Si San Jose Blue, si Galata, Mikeyhan, si Don, na nakita na isa sa mga OGs natin din. Convex, Win1, Devoured, Agrona, Mist, and Azived. Those are the players that if you don't know just yet, you have to get to know them. The better you know the player, the better you know their potential and their history as well and why they are still here in this game and why you should support them even more.
Definitely, and I really like the support of Predator mismo. And why don't we showcase now the support of our dear community na mga sumusuporta dyan dito sa ating Predator League 2026 via the community comments. Sabi ni Ate Dale na namahan, hello, shoutout sa iyo Ate Dale. Kahit sa laban ng Naos tsaka ng WP, andito ka pa din sumusuporta. Sabi niya, hirap mag-side parehong team may tropa, exclamation point na maramihan. Good luck, have fun guys, tilde symbol. And my goodness, no? Parang that's how wholesome the league community. Ay, meron pa palang isa. May follow-up comment pa. Kung kanina, malakas ang hiyaw dito ni Ate.
Oh, I mean, imagine yung buff na meron na binibigay ni Whimsy Dale kay Celeste. What more kapag dito kay Devoured? Nakita na nagawa na nga natin ang content yan dati pa lang. Iba talaga, kasama pa natin sila Vil Ente sa onsite. Ay, nako. Grabe talaga ang buff na
malakas kasi,
pag-ibig talaga.
Nakakapogi kasi yung malakas magpuliklir Giang Gaming. Alam mo yun. Nakakapogi talaga yan. At mas lalo nakakapogi pag ilan na ba?
Lahat lang naman ng championship ever since 2023 nakuha na ibang klase talaga si idol natin eh. Baka Devoured yan eh. Saka kumbaga yung prinsipe natin hari na kasi nakita na niya ang kanyang reyna. Wah! Iba talaga. May reyna na. Someone's actually kumbaga we've known Devoured as this kind of like beast pagdating ruthless. Pero ang nagbigay ng parang puso sa kanya, yung pinupusuan din niya ngayon eh. Yun! Iba talaga. Kasi nakita natin lahat, we saw the big shift din sa pagkatao ng Devoured na nakita na yung dawan niya. Wow!
Grabe nga naman, no? Isang collective na tugon nga po community dyan at sa mga gusto pong makarelate, isang sana all po.
Isang
Para
sana.
dito kay The Boward.
Yun.
No? Men, parang iba kasi talaga yung ore, no? Iba yung pogi ng isang nananalo na nga, tapos magaling ka pa sa ginagawa mo, no? At hindi mo masisisi si Ate A na talagang nandiyan pa rin sa tabi ni Boward kasi malay mo malakas talaga manglambing, hindi lang siya malakas mag-pull clear no? Iba talaga yung no? Iba yung panglambing ni Boss Boward. Ano ba pinag-uusapan natin? Napunta sa lambing. Napakalupit nga naman talaga. At paano kaya maglalambingan ng naos ang WP Academy pagkatas ng laban na to? Kasi magtotropa no?
Oo,
pero
baka samgyup na yan.
Oo, baka samgyup na kasama kaming dalawa. Kasama kami. Don't worry. KKB, diba? Basta.
Hindi. Sabi na, libre daw ni Hoste.
Libre ni Hoste. Kasi diba, nanalo ng CR yan. Nanalo rin ng ng LCP, diba? So, wait lang. Para bago yun, Mr. Giang Gaming, ipunta nga tayo sa ating community comments kasi mayroong gusto ulit ma-highlight, no? Sabi ni Boss Gab Cruz, noko! Kaya ako na bahay namin. Sa Naos. Boss!
Grabe!
Sigurado ka bang may collateral ka pag nawala yung bahay nyo? Sakali. O baka ganun siya ka-confident na panalo yung Naos. It wasn't even at risk at all. Baka siyempre dahil magkasama dati ang and peers as well ang members ng Naos Esports sa West Point Esports Academy. Baka alam niya na kaya nila yung West Point. Parang nandun pa rin naman Hindi naman nagkakalayo actually yung matchup ng matchup na to. Kasi kilala ni Galata si Devoured, kilala ni Mikey Han si kilala rin ni mid laners dito And I feel like this is now the time para magkaroon tayo ng litmus test Gian Gaming. Because this is now the test kung talagang lalayo ba ang Naos sa tournament na to, kung ang isa sa mga harangan nila is WP Academy. Again, WP Academy and as well as Life is Roblox develop this sort of standard in the game na sila talaga yung masusunod pagdating sa pagkakaroon ng systematic League of Legends. And I feel like Naos is now in the prime position para talagang masabi na well-deserved nga talaga sila sa top 4 conversation.
Grabe! Sorry, may nakita na ako sa comment section Kumbaga, kung sa buff at lahat, seal the deal na
Boss, Giyang ako na magbabasa. Ganito lang yan Galingan mo! Toot! Di ko na nabasa yung susunod. Parang naka-filter kasi, Di ko alam galingan mo!
Ibang text ata.
Joshua Escucharo. Happy face. Ganun yung pagkakasabi.
Galingan mo lang daw. Galingan niya. Yun lang yung nabasa namin Wala nang iba wala na ibang word.
Paano ba yung ganyan? Paano yung ganyan League of Legends? Gusto ko pa download yung ganyan League of Legends. Parang bakit ganun? Bakit may mga ganyan kayong klaseng League of Legends Sana mabigyan niyo kami ng link, Para meron din kami ni Giang. Ayan, speaking of comment, meron nga tayo isa pang community poll dito. Ayahan! Kakabasa lang namin. Palibasa kasi si Direk nakaka-relate, Kaya inangat niya. Alam ni Direk na meron din siyang kaganyan,
Naglalaro ng League of Legends nang nakangiti. In the wise words of Devoured.
Tapos ngayon si Direk naglilipat ng scenes, nakangiti din. Diba? Shoutout kay Direk, Nag-enjoy siya ngayon kasama tayo dito, And maraming salamat din sa ating community, na may mga ka-ILY diyan, Pwede ko ba sabihin yung ayoko?
Ayoko din
parang hindi
Let's not give them the
sa ikot ng
satisfaction.
dila, Wala. Parang kayo na bahala, Kayo na lang bahala magsabi, pero hindi nyo maririnig sa amin dalawa ni Giang.
Never.
Mga ganyan. Never. Nada. Wala talaga, Pero
alam mo yung pinakamalupit dito sa comment section natin.
Meron pa isa.
May nag-send ng music playlist or ng music
Tinan mo yung nasa baba ng playlist, Mr. Gil. Tinan mo yung nasa baba.
Uy, pag yan talaga napakita.
Grabe ka na doon. Meron ka pa? Meron din si Don.
Grabe pati kay Don. Grabe ka Don. Iba talaga ang mga players natin.
Baka naman i-feature, baka i-community pulse pa yan, Baka lang naman. hindi naman sinasabi kong pangit 'yon. Pero, babasahin pa rin namin, Kasi, ano ba just namin?
Nang nakasimangot lang. Ay, nakangiti kasi masaya tayo para sa kanila.
Baka wala yung lambing na, good luck, ganun. Hindi, baka iba yung tono ng babasahin namin. So,
naka-green yung teeth. Nope daw.
Wala eh, no? Parang ganito na pala sa League of Legends, no? Parang level 1, lalabas ka ng base. Level 2, ay may ka I love you ka na nga pala. Ay, nasabi ko.
Level 3, AFK muna kasi re-replyan mo eh. Ano ba mas
re-replyan mo.
importante?
Level 4, ay grabe pag-gawi mo. May BF sword ka na kagad, no? Kasi nag-reply si BF.
Yun. Tinadog show na yung mga players. Tinadog show na natin. Ibang klase kasi sila eh.
Oo, kasi dito ka lang makakita eh, no? Na iba, may red buff, may blue buff, may attack. Narinig mo ba yun, Guillaume?
Narinig ko.
Ang sabi ni Direk, community false daw. Sige po, Direk, ipakita mo na yan. Babasahin namin ng buo. Kahit alam na namin kung ano yan.
Alam na namin.
Alam na namin yan. Shoutout kay Don. Yun na lang. Shoutout
daw kay Don.
Ito, Naos, meron na kayong buff eh, no? For sure. First, level 1 pa lang full items na yan si Don, no? Dyan pa lang.
Champ select pa lang, naka-pentakill na.
Yun. Player cam pa lang nagse-celebrate na ng champion yan si Don. Wag ka.
Registration pa lang, binigay na yung prize pool.
Ayun, talaga. Buo pa lang ng team, pinalipad na ng ibang bansa.
May
kasi sila na
ganun.
lang representative. Ganun
Champion
si Don.
Binigyan na kagad ng trophy.
Yun. Ganun si Don. Kasi naman Naos tsaka WPE, hindi kami magbabasa ng ganyan kung nagsisimulaan na kayo.
Oo. Baka lumalambing pa.
Kasi nire-reply yan eh. No? Baka hindi.
Nag-ready na kami.
Pumipindot pa, no? And at least you know that there is still love in the air, no? Not just for the players themselves, pati sa mga kanilang significant others. And you love to see that, no? And that's something na kailangan nating i-cherish, no? Love for each and everyone, no? Diyan tayo mayaman sa League of Legends community sa pagmamahal. Dama mo ba, Boss Gian Gaming? Dama talaga.
Dama. Malupit ang mga players natin.
Ay, nako. Ito ang mas pinakamalapit pa nga dito. No? Kung meron tayong pagmamahal sa community, meron din pagmamahal para sa inyo si Acer Predator with their amazing line of products. Tulad nga ng Predator X34 at ng X39. Sa X34, meron kang 0.5 millisecond response time, 180 Hz. Overclockable pa yan, pero pag pumunta ka naman sa X39, 39 inches na 1440p. Tapos overclockable pa nga yan na meron din 0.5 milliseconds response time. 240 Hz pa yan, so sure na swak yan para sa lahat ng esports title na gusto mo or kung isa kang editor no? Kasi powered yan ng isang QD OLED screen, so malinaw lahat ng kulay dyan. So get yours now at Acer Concept Stores, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or any Acer retail stores near you. Yan ang Predator X34 at X39. Yan.
Sa sobrang bilis ng response rate niyan, mas mabilis pa yan kaysa sa pag-reply ng mga bebe nyo. Ganon.
Boom.
Yun, sold.
Maraming salamat, Predator, no? Kasi dahil sa inyo, meron kaming mga products na simbilis mag-reply ng mga tao dito sa League of Legends community natin.
Oo, kahit in-game,
gusto ko malaman, ito malapit, ito Gian Gaming, diba? 2 minutes and 20 seconds tapos na mag-full clear si Devoured. Gaano kabilis siya mag-reply? Yun, diba?
Ha?
So, parang talo ang full clear doon, diba? Talo ang full clear doon.
Clear yung full clear yung konsensya pag na-late mag-reply.
Di ba Fiddlesticks yung pinakamabilis mag-full clear, di ba? So isipin nyo guys, pag meron kayong Predator X34 at X39, talo yung full clear ng Fiddlesticks nyo sa malupitang reply ng I love you pabalik ng mga jowa nyo.
Kala ko full clear 2 minutes tapos ASOL gamit eh.
Shout out sa Aurelian Sol enjoyers natin dyan at hindi ko nababanggitin na si Gian Gaming yon. Ay, nabanggit. Pero ito Mikeyhan, no? Mikeyhan, kung nakikinig ka, Naos Esports, no? Baka trip mo lang, no? Trip mo lang Aurelian Sol. Malakas pa rin naman, no? Hindi ko naman sinasabing gawin mo, pero parang ganun na nga, no? Tingin mo, Gian.
Mabaliw lang naman ako kung piliin nila yun. Either siya o si Agrona. Wala lang naman. Tapos pagkatapos yan, Samgyup na.
Samgyup? Ay, naku.
All goods. Libre naman ni Oste.
At least lahat tayo masaya, no? Na may Aurelian Sol na nga, may Samgyup pa, and that's something I would really like to see. Pero syempre, parang pruweba na lang naman po, no, sa mga kakain po, sa mga sasama po ng Samgyup na libre ni Oste. So, pag Samgyup lang. Wala po kami makikitang binag-aakbay, nagpapakain, inaabotan ng gano'n, inaabotan ng chopstick.
Wala,
Ito na, wala pong gano'n.
Wala. Kasi,
Wala pong ganun.
alam ko, pag gano'n, may mga aksidente, may natatapon na tubig bigla.
Or parang kumbaga respeto na lang po kumbaga no sa mga taong gusto lang din kumain talaga ng samgyup. Yo, ayan na tayo. Mr. Liang Gaming. Sa wakas, finally, it is now time. It has arrived. Ito na yung pagkain natin.
Naka-unlid dog show tayo sa kanila. Siguro patatawa yung mga yun pag binod review nila ito, makikita nila na parang unlibanat
Ba't
tayo.
hindi na nag-uusap ng struts tong mga to? Bakit samgyup na no?
Wala kayo nagsimula may bebe buff
Kasi may usapang I love you. Pag lolo lang, di ba? Wala naman.
nga.
Di naman
ganyanan.
Bagay, sa arcade meron din ganyan no? So, hindi ko sila masisi.
Wala tayong magagawa kung ganun.
Wala talaga no?
Checkmate tayo doon, pre. Checkmate. Pero interesting yung maban sila. Kasi sobrang taas ng respeto na binibigay kay Mike. In fact, 2 champions ang tinanggal sa kanya. One of which is LeBlanc. Yung Wayden tinanggal. This might put them into a similar situation na meron sa LIR. Possibly the Oriana. West Point Esports, since Syndra has been banned away, and so far we have 100% on Syndra as of today, baka yun yung piliin nila na champion and force Naos Esports out of their hand.
Yeah. So now it's really focused more on Devoured, really respecting that. Gaya nga nasabi mo kanina, no? But I feel like this is also a message sent by WP that it's not just going to be on the jungle side, but there has to be some form of respect din sa bot lane and as well as kay Agrona, no? So Mist being able to have so much options for his ADC bout is so huge. Na kahit saan mo iba to si Mist, it's still going to be effective here for WP. But it will definitely depend on what comp will WP focus on. Will they funnel Mist? Will they funnel Devoured? Or is it going to be engage heavy? Those 3 options were the keys to victory kung bakit nga WP Academy has been so successful in their recent runs from prior tournaments. Now Esports is also trying to be more aggressive, trying to even things out. Kasi yun eh. The A in WPA is aggression. So, in order to make sure na nakakasabay sila, they have to find that high-octane jungler. So, pinili nga nila yung Jarvan dito. WP could counter this with a Vi.
Yung maganda dito, kasi isa to sa mga champions din na laging ginagamit na ni Devoured. Parang pick Jarvan, tapos team fight based composition na kagad na gagawin nila. We can see Rel being a viable option here. We see Rumble though being picked up very very early, which is interesting kasi last time na nakita natin yung match ng West Point Esports Academy na nag-Jarvan sila or wait, Galata ang mag-Jarvan dito pala. I guess I have to re-evaluate this kasi now Esports going for team fight. West Point Esports pala yung blue side natin. Vi is going very aggressive. Or Devoured is gonna be very aggressive with Vi.
Oh.
It's really a direct counter. And it's much more suitable to the playstyle of Devoured. Kasi, nung akala ko na Jarvan siya, yeah, I do like his adjustment towards Jarvan. Pero yung difference kasi, mas aggressive fighter si Devoured. He loves champions that can actually kill and can actually bully. This is the Vi. And what better way to pick that up is with a very, very tanky boy, which is the Udyr for top lane. It's back, my guy.
Oh my God. Take me back to the days na hindi nyo pinupure AP or pinupure lethality ang Udyr. Ibalik nyo ako sa mundong Trinity, Frozen Heart malakas na nagpa-power spike ng Udyr. Sana yun nga ang gawin dito.
Tapos may unending despair pa yung sobrang kunat.
Om Sim Nida.
Om Sim Nida.
And that's only the tip of the iceberg sa kompleto ng WP Academy. You know? There's still a lot of surprise factors here. Them prioritizing the Thalia is already a message sent as well to Naos Esports. So now Naos, with their huge opposition to try and counteract Mist, kasi nga, nasa carry jungle position pa rin si Devoured, not gonna lie, but he still has that engage in him that could really threaten Naos Esports. So Devoured still has the decision making to make sure na it's not going to be an good early game for Naos. So now they're trying to ban out more options on the bottom side. Preferably, Naos should now ban Milio. Feeling ko nga. If not, they should be the ones to pick Milio. You know, that's a lot of crowd control that WPE has.
Imagine kung naka-mill na sila tapos pumili ng champion like a Caitlyn, right? For West Point Esports. Sobrang di na maaabot yung Caitlyn na yun. They have so many bodyguards, tapos may depensa pa sila with the Talia. All those dashes, all those entries na gagawin ng Naos will be at least attempted to be punished, di ba? And ma-damage sila, ma-crowd control sila. So far, they have 3 champions that has a lot of crowd control sa West Point Esports Academy. It's good that they picked Zaya kasi it's just the only champion you can use against a Vi na pwede ka talaga mag-relocate and cancel the cease and desist, right? So Naos Esports now need to maybe double down on it. I'm thinking a potential Rakan para at least maganda talaga synergy with the Zaya.
Ooh.
They can also go for Erel para may trap, pero they actually picked up Morgana. I'm guessing this is mid lane. That is just handle the lane.
Has to be. Feeling ko mas maganda yung options na meron sila sa pag-counter dun sa Talia using a Morgana rather than using it as a support to counter a blind pick here. So this has to be a Nami for WPE kasi they already have a good frontline that is the Udyr. So if WP Academy is looking for an engage, it's either going to be Nami or Nautilus, no? It's no other way around. Pero something that
maybe Brom.
WP could do is yun nga, Brom nga din actually.
Mm-hmm.
So
if they want to focus on the auto attacks, diba?
Yeah,
parang Brom might be viable too.
Pati disengage eh. They need some disengage kasi ang lakas ng pasok ng Cataclysm pati ng Equalizer dito, no? Pero no! They're going Alistar. So this is a direct hit to the Morgana talaga. So parang ayaw talaga nilang bigyan ng black shield yung mga members dito ng Naos Esports, no? So it is a huge burst of damage na meron nga talaga silang Lucian, meron din silang Talia, pero meron din silang reliable na engage from the Udyr and the Alistar. So Devoured is just there for security measures para talaga may guaranteed crowd control na may malan. So that is a good comp. That is a good comp. But for Naos Esports, it's going to be better if they land a Emilio. Pero no, Renata Glask. Okay. For Naos Esports, man, oh man.
They're gonna try to use the members of West Point Esports Academy against each other kasi yung hostile takeover na yan, sobrang hassle niyan. Lalo na kapag may Lucian, may Udyr, tapos may Vi.
Okay, so it's really set in stone na, no? Giang na Naos Esports is not here to play. They drafted really something peculiar na, no? Parang instead of trying to deny the crowd control na sobrang abundant dito para sa WP Academy, they chose to be more offensive now. Kind of like what we saw from the two teams that played, like MCOB Esports and as well as Fervente, no? So if WP Academy is really trying to bank on that early game access that they have because they have the champions that are capable of engaging in level 3, parang doon na sila mag-focus no? And in order to counter that, Naos Esports really drafted something disengage heavy, para ma-deny talaga yung power na yun.
And counter-engage.
It's so hard. It's so hard to predict which comp is so good against one another kasi nagsastack yung mga ads nila sa isa't isa eh.
And so far today, we have 0% win rate sa predictions natin. Man,
Pwede po ba kaming hindi mag-predict? Kasi malas po kami. Parang kung napapansin nyo nga po.
Feeling natin panalo si Direk. Yun,
si Direk na lang.
Panalo.
Kasi makakauwi siya maaga. Parang inang malipit doon. At the end of the day, yung mga makakauwi ng maaga, yun.
And tunay na panalo ay ang League of Legends community. Yun
talaga. No? League of Legends community pa rin ang mananalo dito. No? Because Naos and WP Academy will deliver us one amazing fight before we do conclude things here sa ating Swiss stage. It was an amazing 2-weekend stretch para sa ating Swiss stage at ngayon masasarado na nga to with one main event, Naos versus WP Academy. So, wag na natin patagalin, Mr. Giang Gaming. Mag-predict na tayo, no? Gusto ko nang malaman anong masasabi mo. Parang Mr. Giang Gaming, ano nga ba ang tingin mo mananalo dito sa WPE versus Naos? Pero bago 'yun, kayo dyan sa comment section, samahan nyo kaming magkamali. Tumama. Dito sa ating predictions, let us know in the comments below who do you think will win against each other rather. Is it going to be Naos Esports? Is it going to be WP Academy? Let us know. Kasi malay nyo, pwede kayong ma-feature sa ating community comments dyan. And that is going to be a very huge opportunity. Imagine mo, no, that yung dalawang community polls natin, Mr. Giang Gaming, lahat yun may mga magic words na ayoko sabihin kasi pwede ko ba sabihin?
Hindi.
Masyadong
wala naman
maalat no?
Oo, wala. Smile pa yun sa sauce ng Samgyup. Napupunta tayo mamaya, di ba?
Tama.
Their word is their bond. Ayun.
Ay.
Kailangan.
Alam ko na,
yun.
Mr. Giang Gaming. Ito para sure talaga na may mga pupunta November 16 pagkatapos ng Grand Finals, di ba? Para sure, di ba? Para complete attendance tayo sa lahat, di ba? Lahat mag-aambagan ng 899 para yun, may mga kanya-kanyang
Samgyup at hotpot na yun combined, no?
Oh my goodness.
Alam na agad ako.
O, di ba? Ayun na yung shopper natin. Ayun na yung driver natin. Alam niya na kung saan tayo pupunta, alam niya na saan tayo kakain.
Alam ko na kaagad. Kung saan tayo pupunta. Ay.
Sige nga, Giang, i-reveal mo sa amin. Saan ba yung hidden spot na yan? Parang ano nga, magmalapud vlogger ka nga. Saan ba yan?
Free ad eh.
Ay, free ad.
Free marketing. No. We ain't gotta do that. We ain't gotta do that.
I-gatekeep
sa Predator. Chat ko na lang sa'yo.
Sige boss. Gusto ko yan. Pero yun, nakaka-excite actually, no? Parang NOWS and WP Academy, maglalaban na nga sila dito, no? And minsan nyo lang talaga makita to. Former teammates, former academy teams din, no? Na sa mga kanilang mga team, and collegiate standouts din actually. Now they are in the position to represent themselves in a professional manner naman, to acclaim that title as Predator League 2026 League of Legends champion for its first ever installment. So hopefully this is the first of many, no? This is the first of many because it is coming to a huge success.
I think
because who would have thought that there's going to be a lot of teams registering? Pero eto na tayo. Nag-conclude na tayo from top 8 now to top 6. Pero nagkaroon tayo ng konting balita na we'll be heading into a short break. Rest assured, pagkabalik natin, magkakaroon ng ulit ng laban ng NOWS versus WP Academy. This is still Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Salvatore Giang Gaming. Bebe tayo muna kami ni Giang. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is still Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Salvatore Gian delivering the action for you guys as we now head into the possible bout of WP Academy and as well as Naos Esports. Now, former teammates, now adversaries, Gian Gaming. And this story is going to continue brewing habang tumatagal ang panahon because these two teams might meet in the possible grand finals, you know?
Oh, yung match ito, hindi to magiging as risky as the other two games na nakita natin kanina between Fervent Esports and Life is Roblox, saka MCOM Esports, saka Try Lang. Sa kanila kasi, parang ang pinaglalaban nila ngayon is yung testingan nila. Sino ba ang mareremain undefeated so far in the tournament as they step onto the semifinals after for tomorrow. Yun eh. Who will get the first jab, who will land the first strike against each other. Yan. And I think the rivalry is brewing, the rivalry is kicking as well. And everyone is loving it, for sure. Lahat ng mga kilala talaga yung mga players na ito, especially their history, where they have been, where ano yung journey na nagawa nila so far sa League of Legends career nila. Matutuwa sa laban na ito. Kasi matindi din. Actually, the draft that they had a while ago was really, really nice as well. I think both of them are really ready for this game then. And I think we're gonna be having a little bit of a recap din ng picks and bans natin. Para sa lahat ng mga hindi nakakita ng draft nila kasi we had a short while na hindi na nila nakita yung mga champions na pinili nila, pati paano nang transpire yan. So we'll show it later again.
Yeah, hopefully magkaroon tayo ng isang seamless transition from draft all the way to the game itself because this is the moment people have been waiting for their whole lives now para makita talaga ang laban ng Naos tsaka ng WP Academy. Let's now take a look at the recap. Ano nga bang naging itsura ng ating draft, no? And take a look at that. It's the far from the usual comps that we've seen from the meta ones na nilalaro talaga ng mga teams like Life is Roblox and MCOM, but we have now concluded into a comp na it's just so far from the ordinary, but it's so near towards glorious competition, no, Mr. Gian Gaming. Now, sa WP Academy, yes, it's a matchup na matagal talaga nating inantay, pero I can assure you the wait is so worth it talaga.
And nakita natin sa mga player camps nila na parang andyan na yung giggle, andyan na yung ready, andyan na yung siguro yung onting anxiousness. I know this isn't really much pressure for them, pero I think every game is being counted by these players. They want to not only just win this tournament, they want to dominate in this tournament. They're fighting for the pride. It's not just about money anymore. It's about the pride. And I think yun yung pinaka-importante dito. If you're a League of Legends player, you really, really care about your pride. You don't want anyone to defeat you. You don't want to lose to anyone. Kasi gusto mo ikaw yung pinakamalakas eh. And it has been like the repeating history ever since, di ba? Lalo na kapag you're a well-established team. Because when you're well-established, when you're up there, you're the one that receives the most criticisms because many people will want to take your place. And both of these teams, they have their place.
Yeah. What kind of place nga ba? Is it going to be a runner-up? Is it going to be a champion? Let you guys decide. Kayo nga bahala kung ano nga ba yung magiging kalabasan ng tournament chances ng Naos at ng WP Academy. Pero bago nga tayo dumako sa mga mas malalim pang usapan, dito muna tayo sa last day of Swiss stages, Naos versus WP Academy. Join us as we predict who will be the winner ng laban na to. Alam mo, Boss Gian, kanina pa ako nauuna. Gusto ko naman, baka, eto, aamin na ako, baka nasa akin yung malas kasi ako yung nauunang nagpe-predict. Ikaw naman muna, Mr. Gian. Sino sa tingin mo mananalo dito?
I really love the draft of Naos Esports, but we cannot deny the fact that West Point Esports is here for a reason and they have achieved so much. So I'm gonna go with West Point Esports. I think their draft is really nice as well. It suits how aggressive they can be. It suits as well how good they are at transitioning into the three parts of the game: early game to mid game to late game, and they're using really reminiscent champions as well. Yung Vi ni Devoured, tapos yung Udyr ni Win1.
So, WP Academy still is undisputed talaga, no, when it comes to their being tournament favorites, and I feel like I will still hang on that one. and make sure that is going to be the narrative for the whole longevity of the tournament. Itong WP Academy na to, absolutely solid. I'm gonna put them 1-0 against Naos Esports. Woo! Okay, so Naos Esports, pag nanalo kayo, mag-thank you na lang kayo sa amin dalawa, no? Kasi alam mo naman, kanina, no? Parang napaka-obvious naman kung paano nga talaga nagko-conclude yung mga laban dito, no? At hindi ko na kayo masisisi, WP, kung talagang magkakaroon kayo ng dahilan para magalit sa amin dalawa. It's so, kinda our fault. At the same time, you know, it's not us trying to draw the lines on the sand, or at least trying to make sure that the destiny is not destiny, you know? It's just us calling the games. It's just us predicting. Pero kung may sariling omen talaga yung mga sinasabi namin, ay, di ko kayo masisisi dyan.
Kung meron naman yan, alisin natin yan over Samgyup and Hotpot. Yun eh. Baka yun eh.
No, gutom ako, Gihang. Gusto kong kumain ng marami. You know, yung parang talagang November 16, guys. League of Legends dyan. November 16. Sa ating mga kaibigan dyan, si Ate Day, no? Sa mga maglalaro dyan sa Grand Finals, baka naman, you know? Something to culminate lang sa celebration ng League of Legends to associate with it sa Predator Gaming. And hopefully, you know, yung celebration na yun is maging hudyat para magkaroon pa nga tayo ng League of Legends tournaments in the future by Predator Gaming. So, there it is, no? Yeah. Yan na. Na-announce ko na. Where? Di ko pa alam. Pero why? Kasi magsasamgyo pagkatapos ng November 16. Yon! Talaga.
Sana makasama. Siyempre, sobrang ganda ng laban yan pagdating sa Grand Finals. Pero ito, patikim na ito. Ito yung maganda dyan. Patikim na itong laban na ito. Naos Esports versus West Point Esports Academy. Let us know your thoughts, guys. Who do you think is going to be winning in this best of one game? Will it be Naos? Will it be West Point Esports? Hashtag NSE win or hashtag WPA win. And make sure to share the live stream kasi ito na. It's the last match of the day and definitely one of the best as well. I mean, all the games we have seen are really, really good. And always are going beyond our expectation as well. Kaya sobrang nakakatawa. Pero ito, mukhang it's gonna be a gruesome battle. It's the rivalry started. The first match na magkaribal na talaga sila. Two very strong organizations, Naos Esports and West Point Esports Academy. Ito na. Parang wala nang ibang pwedeng pagpuntahan to no? Parang sa Summoner's Rift lang talaga dapat magkatuos tong dalawang teams na to. And I feel like it's going to be so poetic that the possible headline of this bout Giang Gaming is Naos Esports defeating WP Academy, which would put Naos Esports in a better contention pagdating sa ating playoffs. WP Academy will now grind their way towards a championship spot. And this is something na I'm very, very much excited about no? Kasi parang talagang tinadhana na ipagtapat tong dalawang teams na to sa isang bracket na ang usapan dito is kung sino magkakaroon ng magandang pwesto sa playoffs at kung sino makakapasok may momentum na kaagad no? And there's no other justified way to make it so na talagang matetest natin kaagad is with a fight against Naos and WP Academy. WP, the standard versus Naos Esports, the team that wants to claim that gold. Eto na nga tayo, ladies and gentlemen. Naos versus WP Academy, our final match of the day. Let us hear your voices dyan sa ating comments as we now take a look at the battle of two giants. And only one giant will fall down, bend a knee, and look at the other team that has beat them in the Swiss stage. At hindi pa naman to yung magkakatanggalan sa kanila, pero magkakalamangan na. Interesting nga na interaction natin sa umpisa pa lang, 'di ba? Nakita natin na medyo nagkakaambahan na kaagad sila. Devoured and Agrona was zoning out Galata away from his jungle, or at least away from the river. Tapos nag-set kaagad sila na vision, may onting banata na kaagad sa may bottom lane. Grabe, umpisa pa lang meron na kaagad.
Yeah. And you can never really be too sure about anything talaga. Parang ang hirap sabihin na because of that aggression, there's already an advantage here by WPE. Pero let's hope and see na it's not just going to be an anticlimactic clash. where it's going to be ended up on a misplay. It's something that both Naos and as well as WPE is well prepared of mentally pag dumating nga yung point na yun. And this is a matchup na I'm really really intrigued about. It's the Morgana and the Talia. Like how will the trades happen and gaano magiging active tong dalawang mid laners to set up a possible roam or even a gank. It's that question.
Saka yung nakakatawa dito gusto ko lang i-point out, sorry, if off topic, kasi yung change name dito na sa Naos Esports, they're really just officializing everything. Naos Fabi, Naos Galata, so we can really say na ito na yung final name na gagawin nila. At least when they are on Naos Esports, this is the start. Ito na yung journey nila, especially in the higher profession scene, na merong organization na naniniwala tag-invest sa kanila. Grabe yung barata na meron dito sa may top lane. Fabi is gonna be very low in HP, and that might secure a first blood by Win1 solo killing the Rumble.
Oh my goodness. That is the power of AP Udyr in the early game, no? Parang Wingborne Storm wasn't able, walang counter, walang scrap shield, hindi rin nag-overheat masyado si Fabi, no? Ang daming na-soak dahil dun sa turtle stance na kinuha ni Win1, no? So, yeah, it's that early presence na pinakita na meron talagang sapat na aggression ng Udyr the moment na mag-level 3 siya. It's the complete arsenal, eh.
Yeah, tapos may banata pa sa may bottom lane. Mist took a lot of damage from Dawn and Concept and has to fall back. Pero yung sa may mid lane kanina, grabe din, ano? Both Agrona and Mikeyhan are just bullying each other as well. Low in mana, so kinailangan nilang bumalik sa base. Actually, Agrona is not yet going back into the base. Cleared one more wave, so Mikeyhan is gonna have priority in the next wave as well. And looks like there's no attempt of gank so far. May interest though si Galata sa may bot lane. I think he forced Mist to just go back into the base.
Yeah. Good signs here for WP Academy's top laner, as they do have the ample amount of control. And Naos Esports just needs to be careful and trying to thread off, or at least shred off some advantages here from WP Academy. I feel like counter jungling could be the key, but at the same time, there's so much respo power here from WP because of the Blazing Stampede and as well as Weaver's Wall, you know? It's still tough to call what Naos Esports' move is to do next, you know? It's either them being aggressive, it's either them just staying to go for the snowball, you know? I feel like it is still something that Naos Esports could learn a thing or two.
Yan.
Once WP Academy moves forward, you know, just try and be passive about it.
Yeah, I think Naos Esports really needs to play it just passive and safe, at least for the first few minutes into the game. They need to load up. Yun yung pinaka-importante dito sa ng Naos Esports, eh. West Point Esports, they have that as well. Pero, especially after what happened in top lane a while ago, ang hirap nun. You cannot let Win1 secure another kill onto Fabi, or else dominated na yung lane.
Yeah, and let's hope that there's something brewing here on the Naos Esports office, because they're gonna need it. Whatever they're drawing in the drawing board is going to be really effective in the mid to late game. Dragon now spawned. You can see no jungler is priming on that position, and no team is still calling that lane swap. So the best option right now here for Naos is indeed to stay passive and just let things brew here at WP Academy. Because once WP Academy really gets the resources, there is a possibility that Naos Esports can really punish this because of the nature of their comp. There's so much lockdown from Soul Shackles and as well as Hostile Takeover. So if the team fight is indeed the issue here for Naos Esports, they just have to wait for their ultimates.
Yeah. Pero as they are waiting, yun lang, medyo nahihirapan na kaagad yung mga iba members dito ng Naos Esports. Top lane, especially because of the Demolish rune ni Win1, nakakuha siya ng isang plate, and also he's just zoning out Fabi. He cannot really contest him because yung wave, yung sa pag-proxy niya, mahirap talaga tapatan yun if you don't really have that much wave clear. You'll just take damage from the minions. Galata is moving towards the bottom side of the river. Devour is gonna be able to spot him out. So that's information for him as well. Or not, kasi parang hindi siya na daplisan ng Sky's Bloom.
See, so now Naos Esports now at least priming themselves into Dragon. I feel like WP Academy can really contest this. There's no respo on the bottom side of Naos Esports, so WPE does have the numbers advantage on this one. Teleports down for both top laners. This is a take.
Yeah. They even invested in securing the pride, but can they actually secure the objective? Wow! Devoured stole the dragon! But can they actually get more? That was a good seismic shove na ginawa dito ng Talia, and they're gonna be able to shut down Concept as if it is very low in HP, but Devour is already setting his eyes on the next target. Forced to flash away si Don para lang mabuhay, and that's gonna be a 1-for-1.
That's a good blade caller before he did flash away towards the wall, but WP Academy was well prepared on what's about to happen. Despite the start there of Naos Esports getting the high ground of the Dragon Pit, it kind of felt like there was no countermeasures to deny the Vault Breaker there of Devoured as we take a look at this replay. Devoured really destroyed the Soul Shackles, but forced the flash just to get that Dragon, bursting a lot of utils on his belt, but at the same time putting WP Academy on notice that they do have the advantage. So yeah, it was a good Weaver's Wall, but it kind of felt like it was supposed to be for Naos Esports, but at the same time, it kind of felt like it was just an engaged tool. So yeah, despite how many times there were so many measures para talaga pigilan si Devoured, from Dark Binding, from Soul Shackles, hindi sapat na isang champion lang pinagagalingan nun from Naos. There should be some ample amount of resources there, at least from either Galata or even from Dawn, you know? Like, target priority.
Saka, big improvement to sa Smite battles si Devoured kasi most of the time, when they are battling against a team, the pressure's always on Devoured. Everyone is investing resources to try and deny him the objective, but this time, he's gonna be attempting for the grubs. Took a lot of damage already, low in HP, half HP in fact, and the Flag and Dry is gonna be able to knock him up and take him down. So this time, there's no smite on West Point.
Yeah, this is strong here for Naos Esports as they were able to retaliate so much from the mishap here on the Dragon Pit, and they're now headed towards the Void Grubs, which is going to be really, really strong here for Dawn or even for Fabi, because the side lane prowess is already strong just from that presence alone. So now Naos Esports is now trying to make sure that Dawn will have the best game of his life. Take a look at that CS lead that he has, and it's just gonna catapult from there. So the Naos Esports win condition has to be from the ADC.
Yeah. And nakabawi dito yung Naos Esports, diba? Kasi yung top laner nila, si Fabi, nahihirapan na talaga. Mid lane though, Agrona might actually get taken now, but has the safety under his own tower. He's gonna be able to stay alive, at least for now. But Naos Esports, man, they are controlling the game so far.
Yeah, the control here from Naos Esports really stemmed from the fact that they had good timings to rotate from the lanes and to make sure that their pick is guaranteed. You know, malaking tulong talaga yung Jarvan tsaka Morgana, you know, pagdating talaga sa pag-lockdown. So, it feels like Naos Esports has something intact that they should hold on to for dear life, you know? If life is going to be dependent on it, I feel like Naos Esports is that team. They have managed to stay composed despite the mishap on the Dragon. Despite it being first, feeling ko malaking impact pa rin yung Dragon na yan para mahanap ng WP Academy yung aggression nga nila. Naos Esports is now trying to at least make sure na yung magiging future endeavors nga nila dito sa laban na to is at least secured. Kasi walang masyadong fights na nagaganap na, no? Parang ito na yung pinaka-passive na Naos na nakita nga natin. It's just them reacting to what WP is throwing.
And they're reacting really well, right? Especially after the first hiccup, yung pagka-takedown ng Dragon, pagka-steal ng Dragon sa kanila. And so, sa Void Grubs, they responded accordingly. They knew the threat already. They knew the degree on how Devoured can actually easily steal objectives. So they took him down early and invested, this time, the right amount of resources. Nasa kabawi pa sila pagdating sa kills. Nakahinga na maayos na din si Fabi. It's not really down that much in terms of CS. Pero si Don, he is 30, almost 30 CS up against Mist. That is sizable. Yeah, gold lead wise, halos pantay lang naman dito ang Naos Esports. 400 lang lamang nila. But it's where the gold is. Nakakalpa yan si Don. And he has a higher CS, naka-Essence River na nga. His goal towards Navori Flicker Blade is gonna be much faster, especially kapag ubos na yung stocks dito ng call.
And this is gonna hurt. This is Naos Esports that has so much to peel for para sa kanilang ADC, no? And I feel like WP Academy could really take a note or two para talaga mapigilan tong si Don. You know, forcing that Featherstorm out is going to be huge, but I feel like there's much more separation here for WP Academy na hindi lang dapat si Don, no? There's Black Shield, there's Equalizer, there's so much spacing here for Naos Esports for Don to shine. And the ability for Naos to make sure na everything is really good because Don is having the game of his life right now. So,
yeah.
they are putting in good security measures, no? Hindi nakakalampas ng mapa si Don, and I'm really liking what Naos is throwing into the table right now.
At tingin ko nag-aantay lang yung West Point Esports sa medyo makabuelo na si Win1, but they're gonna be investing a lot in top lane, forcing out even a teleport para lang matulungan si Fabi, but it's not gonna be enough. Too late for Concept despite the unsealed spellbook there. And that's gonna be a takedown by West Point once again. No repercussions.
Huge actually for WP Academy, because they want the top lane access really kanina pa. Parang dahil sa mangyayari nga ngayon, because of the waves na masasali dito ni Win1, that's going to be huge money in the bank here for WPE, pushing them into the gold league conversation. At marami pang madedanay dito kay Fabi. So now, it is now shifted towards WPE's favor pagdating sa pagkontrol ng top lane na yun. So na-burst na nga dito yung isang spell dito sa unsealed spellbook ni Concept. Nawalan pa na pagkakataon dito si Fabi na ma-enclose yung pangalawa niyang item. So makakalamang pa nga yung WPE pagdating sa pag-snowball. So now the confidence is now back into their lair. You know, being able to at least present themselves as a team na kayang ilaban yung Dragon.
Saka mas makakalaban na dito yung West Point Esports Academy, especially kapag na full stack na dito ni Win1 yung item niya, kasi he's gonna be getting shields every time he crowd controls. Ang taas na sustain yun, especially on the high amount of sustain that the Udyr actually just has, barely. Once he gets something like Heartsteel, maybe Unending Despair, he's just gonna be a menace in the backline. Torturing Dawn, torturing Fabi, and even Mikey Han. It's very hard to stop an Udyr that is very, very tanky. Yeah, it's gonna be building tank, but yung base damage kasi ng Udyr sobrang taas din eh. Kaya feeling ko yun yung magiging hassle sa Naos Esports.
Kahit nga wild ko lang na walang AD, masakit pa rin yun eh. That was just one tormented soil. Oh my goodness. Agrona, where was your HP? Black Fire Torch pa nga lang yun eh, no? So,
he used
up
the Soul Shackles though. So, he tried to really go all in. However, na-push back kasi siya sa damage din dito ni Agrona. Kaya hindi kinaya.
Something that Naos Esports could now rely on is that they have this strength from the ADC, and they have Mikeyan that has the ability to make sure that one player from WP Academy completes AFK. So now here comes a blue fight.
Oh? Actually, I thought they would steal the blue buff there, pero nakuha pa rin naman ni Devoured. Now teleports are incoming from so many. Both our top laners are there. Kaso kala nag-iisa si Fabi. So he's gonna be taken out early into the fight. There's gonna be a 4 versus 5. West Point Esports Academy. Agrona though getting very low in HP. Don is doing a really good job in zoning them out, but the Calling's gonna be zoning them out. Instead, he took a lot of bullets. He's forced to leave his teammate. Mikean is low in HP, low in man as well. No way to defend himself anymore, and that's gonna be a double for Devoured. Don wants to still fight, but it's being called off by his teammate now.
Good position by Agrona, zoning out the Naos Esports bot lane. And in turn, instead of having this stronger position from Mikeyhan because he has teammates to rely on, Concept and Dawn were running for the hills. So WP Academy had something in mind that Naos Esports weren't able to read off. So it was just supposed to be a blue take that was supposed to be contested by Naos Esports, and they were supposed to dip. But WP Academy throwed some shade there and tried to fend it off, which in turn became really successful because WP Academy's target selection was so huge that missed despite not having that much sort of presence because of the damage output from Dawn. It was still so good that there was no damage as well from Dawn. So it was an even outing despite the lack of position that these ADCs have. So yeah, it was just Agrona zoning out the bot lane. That's how strong the zoning is from WP Academy.
Yeah. And the main catalyst there, and cherry on top, we call it whatever we want, was the teleport bait by Win1. He knew that he cannot be stopped by Fabi. There's no stun whatsoever on Rumble. So he has to commit. He was forced to commit, and it was all a ruse by West Point Esports to force Naos Esports to going back to them. And it was a genius play as well. Now they're getting up ahead in this game, 2,700 gold. Naos Esports, they need to catch up.
Yeah, we went from 400 to 2,000. That's how huge the sum of gold was collected here from WP Academy, and as well as trying to garner some objectives as well. ang daming nasasalong waves ng WP after that team fight, and they denied so much strength there from Naos Esports. Azabeth getting caught there from the damage. So it was just all warning shots here from Naos Esports.
Tinuog lang.
Because the dragon will spawn soon, parang nagpa-prime na ngayon ng Naos Esports na it's now our dragon to take, but there is still a threat that lies within here at mid-side with that Shelly spawn.
Yeah, Left Herald gonna be spawned there. Oh, I actually thought it was Win 1 that went there, pero looks like it's just gonna be devoured kasi meron naman siyang pan-disengage and has the black shield as well. Or never mind, has the assistance from his teammates rather. And now they're gonna be zoning them out away from the bottom side river. Look at the amount of zone na meron sa kanila, especially from the Talia. Ang hirap makapasok dyan.
There's not really much utils here for Naos Esports to deny this, other than make sure na yung flag and drag dito is sapat para ma-close yung gap heading into that dragon pit. So nakaka-position na nga dito yung dragon para sa lunggaan ng Naos Esports. So now WP Academy has the damage for this one. 7k HP. Here comes the engage.
They're gonna turn. Devoured, gonna be the first target, but they actually fight back much better. Equalizer gonna be dropped, trying to melt Devoured, and it's gonna be a shutdown towards him as well. The Dragon's gonna be exposed this time. Now Esports, they have the better positioning, but Agron is doing a really good job shoving it out, especially with the volleys that he is throwing out. Look at that knock-up onto Don. The damage is gonna be really high. They push back Fabi as well. 3 versus 2. Can they fight it off? Now Esports still wants to fight. Good dodge by Fabi on that knock-up by Agrona. They really want to take this objective despite not having a jungler. But West Point Esports can actually turn on them despite them being very low in HP. As if it is going to hurt but pulverize. Can they actually get the objective? The answer is yes! Fabi takes it, but at the cost of both of them might just be dying. And that's going to be an ace by West Point Esports Academy.
Huge position there by WPE from the first iteration of the team fight. It felt like Naos Esports really had the knack from that soul shackles there by Mikey Han. Galata even went as far as going for that two-man cataclysm. It was so good that Devoured got taken down, but Naos Esports forgot that they had an ADC that they had to rely on. Don was so out of position, it only got a margin of WPE's power. So because of that, Naos was able to turn things around so huge, but it just failed from that final execution. WP Academy had the last laugh from that team fight. Despite Naos Esports getting the dragon advantage, it still feels like WP had some form of like a dog. Yeah. Yes, they had so much gold in their pockets, and in turn, they have now pushed towards Mist's direction. Para talaga umalma na ang Naos Esports na wait lang, hindi talaga dapat si Miss yung atakehin natin dito, no? So now Naos Esports could now place a thing or two about target selection para talaga lumamang na sila eh.
Medyo makakalamang nga lang sila sa next fight if ever. No flash for Agrona, and that's gonna be big. But what's bigger though is unending despair for the Udyr. Imagine him being able to tank everything from that last fight. What more na meron siyang unending despair is gonna be unstoppable, and it's actually he's one of the reasons why Naos Esports, particularly Don, couldn't really finish off anyone because he's completely being zoned out, including by Win 1 among the rest of the members of West Point Esports. Now they spotted them in the bottom lane kasi nagpakita si Galata, and the Atakan is gonna get started.
Yeah, will Galata be in time para respawn nga to? There is still a lot of time, pero nandun si Miss, so malaking bawas nga to. Here comes Weaver's Wall.
Just blocking the path. Teleport gonna be there as well by West Point Esports. They want to group up as 5. Win1's gonna join. Hostile takeover, not gonna hit anyone. Win1 gonna be zoning everybody out. Can they actually get the steal? The answer is no. Galata fails at the smite, and now they're getting piled on. Good blade caller though by Don. He's being able to pre-hit, but Win1 is just zoning everybody out. Look at the top side. It's just handling both members. Both mid laner and top laner of Naos Esports cannot do any damage towards this Udyr. So now, they got the kill, they got the objective. West Point Esports was not punished at all.
Oh my god, Azeved needs to have MVP honors from that one, separating 3 of its members. Here comes another fight.
The knockup is just too pristine. Galata even was the casualty there as well. And that's gonna be a double kill by Agrona, and might just be more. Don is all alone under a very, very low HP tower. Fish in a battle situation, and they're just gonna toy at him. They even let him clear his wave before taking him down. That's how confident West Point Esports is right now.
Yeah, it's still West Point Esports that we all know and love. That is a strong showing there from each of its members. But going back to my argument, Azeven had the hold of his life. He was able to separate Galata to 3 of its teammates. Don, Concept, and Mikey couldn't move outside of Azeven's unbreakable will. And there was no damage output that was being thrown out there towards Win1's position. So where's the damage coming from now? It's just from Galata's armor penetration from Martial Cadence. That was it. That was no more, no less. And that costed Naos Esports' position from so much that despite Don's 2 items, there was no damage output from their AD carry, and that's sad. WP Academy continues to punish.
They want more. Look at them, even Hex flashing in. And that's gonna be a free takedown onto Fabi, just punishing his overcommitment to pushing bot lane. Ang hirap na nito, men. Now's Esports, they started this game on the strong foot, but man, that very foot was crippled by West Point Esports, and now they are almost 10,000 gold up, 9,000, 8,500. We don't really care about the amount anymore. It's the mere fact that the dominance is being started by West Point Esports. Agrona is 7-0-4. And there's also one more player that is unkillable the entire game. And that's Win1. And I don't think it's going to be killed at all this entire game.
How, bro? How? The only armor penetrating resource that Naos has right now is Last Whisper, and as well as Martial Cadence. That's about it. But here comes a fight by Naos.
They can actually fight back. Still a long journey for the rest of West Point Esports Academy, but looks like they don't care. They have the damage anyways. 4v5, they can take them on. It's even just a 4v4. But Devoured, he got taken down. That's gonna be a big punishment on him.
Where's Devoured getting these waves from? He's 201 CS already, 23 minutes into the game. 50 CS behind is Galata, and it still kind of feels like a fever dream here for WP. Despite the strength that their jungler has, he's still always getting picked. And I feel like it's just a blemish. It's nothing that WP should be concerned about, but at least something that Naos Esports could look forward to, because that is a 300G on their back. There's a lot of commotion here on the Dragon Pit because Drake is now alive. WP Academy needs this. Naos Esports could look for the soul point. 2k HP.
And they're gonna fight it off. They're gonna try, but the objective is gonna be taken down by Naos Esports. Now Win1 is being burned alive. Still was able to flash out, but they shouldn't really even engage in that fight. They had no reason to. They didn't have the smite from Devoured.
Yeah. So at least the 3 items now for Win1 is still penetratable. You can definitely see the damage there being brought out by the Leandry Storm and empowered Fabi. It's just one Flame Spitter and some form of feathers here from Dawn. It's still good enough to chunk down the tank from WP Academy. So strength in numbers should be the Dean's List here for Naos Esports for them to move forward. It's still tough to call that WP has total control of the game. Yes, they have 6k gold lead, but it kind of felt like Naos Esports, if they play the numbers right, if they get the right targets as well, they have the right amount of strength to just burst through the defenses of WP.
Yeah, so much magic resist reduction items actually on Naos Esports. Fabi has it, Myken has it. So maybe they're trying to shift or at least balance out the amount of damage they deal from physical to magical as well. So at least they would have a fighting chance, not only to Win1, but at least to the rest of the remaining members of West Point Esports. Because yeah, Win1 can withstand most of them, but it's not the same for the other members of West Point. Maybe they're looking for another way to win the fight without the needing to engage to Win1.
So it kind of feels like spacing is the asset here for Naos Esports. Pero feeling ko may mas lalalim pa eh. Like hindi talaga dapat sila umaasa sa kung anong space yung nakukuha nila from Dawn's presence, from Mikey Han's presence. There still needs to be some countermeasures there to deny any form of engage from Cease and Desist or Unbreakable Will. It's those two strong abilities that is forcing Naos Esports out of the fight, because in order for them to burn those 2 strong abilities, they have to risk the hostile takeover of Concept. And if it's not primed well, that's an opening there from WP Academy. So it's
Yeah.
tough to draw that Naos is indeed strong right now. Yes, they are, but it's not enough for them to be absolutely strong in order for them to at least make it a 50-50 on that Baron fight.
They are soul point though. I think that's one win condition that they might just have. Galata is just chunked down by Devoured all alone. Fortunately, that there was a Morgana in the vicinity to at least help him disengage, because that would have been the call for Devoured had it been just 1 or 2 seconds of Galata being more exposed. He would have vault breakered in and ceasing the system.
Man, so now's esports now. At least it's still anyone's game at this point. Bloodletter's Curse already focused here by Naos, as they want the maximum burst potential towards win 1 and as well as Agrona. You know, the threat from Unraveled Earth is so huge that they are now focusing on taking down the mid lane instead of Mist. You know, Mist has a strong presence from the Culling, and I feel like it outweighs the fact that Unraveled Earth will deny any form of engage from Galata or even Concept, you know. So it will depend on Nao's positioning. It's been strong for the past few minutes, but for WP Academy, it's now on their own hands if they will commit towards a team fight, you know. At this point in time, it's a 50-50 despite how many resources that WP has already allocated into their system.
But it's just so hard, man. It's really difficult. Concept now being the priority. So no more hostile takeover for Naos Esports. Galata as well gonna be a casualty. West Point Esports, they saw a crack in their system and they just broken out of it like a wall that has cracks. And West Point Esports now is not gonna be contested at all in this battle.
Jungler down. This is all in the makings of a 100-0 chances of Naos Esports. All they could do is hope and pray, but it's nothing to WP. They are no believers to miracles whatsoever, as they now get Baron off of the pick from Devoured. That was so huge. That was huge of an opening that Naos Esports couldn't react from that. That was Mikeyhan retreating, and Fabi wasn't able to read it off, you know? It was supposed to be a teleport play to force that team fight, but it catapulted to nothing. So now WP Academy has so much space in the map to force that death bush, to force that engage from Azevid. It still feels like a ticking time bomb now for Naos Esports to make a move.
Yeah, a while ago, the gold was going down towards 6,000, maybe even 5,000, but now it ballooned even higher again, going back to 8,000. And the soul point lead by Naos Esports, it's no longer an option. They couldn't contest. West Point Esports are just too far ahead. They couldn't even get close towards the bottom side river. Heck, they couldn't even get towards their blue side jungle because it's warded completely. But Azabel might actually be overextended there. It's gonna be taken down. And Naos Esports, they took one. Maybe they can transition it towards another. However, they're being forced to either respond to mid lane or bottom lane. Equalizer gonna be sent to the bottom lane. Good stun. Good dark binding onto Mist. Can they actually take him down? Because the other members of Naos Esports are trying to take out Win 1. And it looks like both of them are gonna be able to stay alive.
Yeah, Azevid didn't get the memo there from the retreating members of WP Academy. So that was one crack there that was exposed by Naos Esports. So at least the foundation is still intact for WPE. But then again, Naos is just trying to bank on every opportunity to make sure that Dawn still is in the game. 4-2-2. He is now closing on his 5th potential item. And that is just going to snowball from here and then. So yeah, you can definitely feel that the 2v1 from Win 1 and as well as Dawn, it still feels like there is still some silver lining here from Naos Esports to move on. That was some huge damage outputs there from Dawn. So now something that they could rely on is just the positioning from Naos Esports. If WP Academy can deny anything that is the Dark Binding and the Soul Shackles, that will be huge. But then again, Naos Esports, Dawn is still an open target. He still has a laser sight on his back because of Unbreakable Will and as well as a Cease and Desist.
It's easy to get towards the Xayah. It's easy to get towards the Morgana, and even especially the Rumble. West Point Esports has the composition built up for it as well, and they can resist most of the damage of Naos Esports. That is the cold hard and cruel facts here of this game. Randuin Omen even picked up by Win 1 to resist the damage of Dawn. And he is so tanky right now. 200 plus armor and magic resist for sure. And Naos Esports, it's gonna be tough fighting them front to back, because their front is not as tanky as West Point Esports. And their back is well exposed. Easily can be breached by West Point Esports as well.
Now it's time for Naos Esports to play the cards right. If they draw the right amount of cards, they might just be able to gamble this real good. The WP Academy will run towards the hills. They have to shred every opportunity here for WP Academy to be grouped as one. Every time that Naos Esports plays the numbers game, they have been very successful, and those 7 kills weren't easy. But it was a hard-on effort here from Naos Esports. So now, WP Academy being threatened right now from the amount of wave clear that Naos has. So yeah, this is still a strong position here for Naos Esports to occupy. 32 minutes into the game, we have reached an impasse, Gian Gaming. And it kind of feels like Naos Esports is doing a marvelous job from delaying it so much.
Yeah, they have the wave clear. That is good. And West Point Esports Academy, they're trying to establish pressure constantly, right? There's a push into the mid lane, push into the bottom lane. There's also a wave building into the top lane as well, getting close towards the tower. And while that's happening, while Naos Esports is busy just defending their base, the resources are also getting taken. That's why we still see the gold balloon getting towards 10,000 gold now. Win1 about to take the tower down in the mid lane. That's tough for Naos Esports. It's so close to getting breached. Bottom lane inhibitors about to get taken down as well. There's so much constant pressure by West Point Esports, and they're gonna turn. Galata actually nearly got taken out there. Fortunately, there's a hostile takeover zoning him out. Devour's gonna be taken out though. Naos Esports, they found the pick. No bounty here on the side of Naos Esports. No one died. West Point Esports looks like they've been caught.
Man, West Point, where did it go wrong? Your jungler gets caught once again, and there was no retaliation from you guys. It's now looking like a Naos Esports way of being authoritative right now, Gian Gaming. You can see them having a deep space into the map. They now have access towards the mid lanes or even the Dragon Pit, which could catapult them into getting the soul and getting that team fight amplification. WP Academy has 34 seconds. No, wait. Make it 15 seconds of a window to make sure that this is going to be a delay of an objective take for Naos Esports. If not, this is screwed. Naos will be getting that soul point, and that's the resistance that they need.
And Devoured is not there. No teleport. They have to play for stall. Naos Esports, they're starting the objective. They're going to be fully committing onto this. West Point Esports has to fight, and they have to fight now. Weaver Swarm is going to be used. Dragon going to be taken down. So that's a Mountain Dragon Soul extra shield for Naos Esports. And they're really separating the members of West Point Esports. It's them that's actually separated. Asif is going to be taken down. Naos Esports going for the chase. They want to get missed. They want to finally shut them down.
God.
And it's the Zaya that got it. Dawn has found the opening, and the sun is rising like his name. And West Point Esports, they need to find a way to close this out. Teleport going to be used by Agrona to pressure the bottom lane, because Baron's going to be started here by Naos Esports.
Oh my goodness, now Esports hit him where it hurts the most, and they're now going in for Baron. That inhibitor is not even worth the time of WP Academy, as Naos Esports is now Baron empowered. Who would have thought, Gian Gaming, that impasse was broken by Naos Esports, all in the favor of just getting devoured. Mikey Han now in front of the front lines.
Yeah, he wanted to use the Soul Shackles, but it's still on cooldown for at least 5 seconds. But he did connect the Dark Binding, and darkness will fall onto Win1. He's very, very tanky. Still has the Unending Despair, but with Dawn now contributing to the damage, he's gonna be shut down as well. So much gold onto Dawn.
My goodness, where did it go wrong once again for WP Academy? And he has now closed into his last item, the Bloodthirster. And that is now an unkillable Dawn. So there's no longer the threat that the Season Desist and Unbreakable Will is going to be strong now. So it has to be a brute force for WP Academy in order to get that access towards Dawn's position. But in order to do so, they have to conquer Hostile Takeover first and as well as Soul Shackles. So now Esports now has the wave clear opportunities. Look at them melting the waves. They can now just burst through every objective known to man. And WP Academy is just scared to just make a move because this is now Esports with Soul and Baron.
Oh man, suddenly the one getting bullied is now getting the redemption. And West Point Esports are the bully that is not feared anymore. Now Esports coming back from a 10,000 gold lead. Now it's getting completely shut off. 4,000 is definitely a margin that is so comfortable to Naos Esports because they have 4 dragon stacks, which is much a higher value than 4,500 gold.
My goodness, you know, like the collection here for Naos Esports, you can definitely feel that the 4,000 gold lead is no longer in full effect here for WP Academy. At one point, it was supposed to be a WPE closeout on the bottom side.
Oh.
But take a look who has total control of the bottom side now.
Yeah, they're
WP
pushing
Academy
mid
on a
lane.
very risky play, but it kind of feels like a base race at this point. Where's the Naos Esports defense?
Yeah, they have to disengage. Looks like the inhibitor is all they wanted. And they invested so much for it as well. They're willing to have their bottom lane be pushed. They're tracking down the recall timings of Naos Esports. And they're gonna turn. Gilat is gonna be the one to actually get taken down. But actually, he did survive with 1 HP. Devour's just gonna be searching for him. Hunting him down. While Concept is pushing bottom lane.
Man, Dawn retreated. He went for the recall to get that more efficient way to get the wave clear. And it was a security measure because WP Academy, it kind of looked like they were full-on committing towards that Nexus Tower. So now WP Academy, they have finally found an opening to make sure that Baron is something that Naos has wasted. They just took down one tier 1 tower, and the bottom side is now open. It's still a WPE game to win, but for Naos Esports, they'll be getting that gold at least to put onto the Bank of Galata and as well as Mikehan to complete the items that they have. So there's no longer a reason here for Dawn to be funneled. There's so much resources being allocated now to the mid and the jungle that they are going to need those resistances in order to survive the wrath that is Agrona.
Dude, Dawn is so rich. He doesn't have boots anymore. He picked up another item, so he is full stack in terms of damage, crit resistance, and also lifesteal. And not to mention armor penetration, and cooldown reduction, and mana sustain as well. He is fully stacked. 400 in CS, the highest in the game, and I think in the entire tournament as well so far. And we're not even talking about the game duration just yet. We talked about going above 30 minutes or under 30 minutes. We're reaching 40 minutes at this time. This is how close this game has been. Definitely one of the most competitive games we have seen this entire tournament as well. And now Esports is definitely slowly, but maybe surely as well, taking their control back. Bottom lane is being pushed, mid lane is being managed as well. West Point Esports, they're looking for weaknesses.
It's no longer a WPE game. This is now everyone's game. At a similar point now, Esports could commit a fatal mistake and WP Academy could capitalize on this one. It's essentially a 4v4 in the mid lane right now, with Mikehan having the distinct advantage that he has the teleport, and WP Academy is roaming towards the top side. This might just be a trap play, as WP Academy is now closing into the position. Here comes the attack.
Yeah, they isolated them, but their main goal is actually to push mid lane. And they're doing a really good job at it as well. Cutting down the wave, waiting for the wave to actually go there as well. They even have a wave into the top lane. So they're playing the macro. They're playing also the players, the team. They're trying to play Naos Esports, forcing them to be tilted to make a wrong decision. Elder Ground's gonna be viable this time though. But top lane is gonna be sacrificed. West Point Esports still has one more minion. Teleport gonna be incoming as well. Someone has to defend. But Devoured is just being pummeled here by Mikehan. He might actually get taken down. And with the Elder Dragon, they can easily take him out. But he does have the GA to sustain himself. Fabi's gonna be in the base trying to sustain or at least defend the towers. And he's gonna be successful at it as well. And now it's Esports. They got what they want. Teleport incoming into the bottom lane, or into the mid lane rather, as Agrona is gonna be able to escape.
Oh man, this is such a tough blow here for WP Academy. Elder Dragon buff for Naos Esports. But there is still a strength here for WP Academy because they do have strong wave clears. Teleport now popped here by Win1. I think they're now going in for the closeout on the top side because now Esports is focusing on the Baron.
Someone needs to go back into the base, and Fabi's gonna be the one, but he doesn't have enough wave clear. Looks like the Nexus Star is gonna be taken down. Agrana is gonna be there as well. They managed to recall back into the base and miss as well, trying to auto-attack the Nexus. Can they actually do it? They're going for the base trace, and they're gonna be successful at it. West Points denies the comeback and takes down Naos Esports.
No absolute way. That is the ending of the impasse that was sent upon by Naos Esports. That was a delay of the game that was supposed to be crucial, but it ended on the most anticlimactic way possible. Don was one hit away from death. Oh my goodness, before he died, he landed one auto, and that Nexus went bye-bye to Naos Esports. What just happened?
A game!
I told you, Giang, it was everyone's game. One fatal mistake. They had no respect for missed ability to take down structures.
Oh man, and even if he died, he would have still been able to take down the Nexus since it's just one hit away. Still had the GA. That was the amount of calculation West Point Esports had and the amount of decisiveness. That was such a high pressure situation. But for some reason, even though West Point Esports are supposedly the one losing already, we sensed it, right? It's still them calling the shots, looking for the weakness, looking for the plays, pushing towers, getting Naos Esports to be the one to respond instead of the one initiating whatever movement there is to be into the map. And man, the way they just countered Naos Esports and defended themselves is just, it just blows my mind, man. Insane.
It just had to go the distance, Giang Gaming. It just had to finish at 40 plus minutes. I'm telling you, man, these are two titans that needs to be respected. And WP Academy, once there was a crack in their own system, they were so quick to rebuild it. That was the showcase of mental prowess. And that is a very good example. That specific team fight alone. My goodness. That was, oh man. Naos Esports, if you are now scratching your heads right now, I cannot blame you. Because that Elder Dragon was already your mule ticket. That was already your team fight amplification. It kind of feels like there was supposed to be some form of strength once Fabi was able to recall. And now we are still talking it about this very minute because that was a game that slipped away from your hands. My goodness, Giang Gaming.
And
what a game. What a day. What a day for League of Legends.
Yung pinakamalupit pa doon is one of the only reasons why West Point Esports was able to pull that off and why they pulled it off is because Naos Esports had Elder Dragon, but they didn't have Baron, which means the recall timers are much slower. Yung nagpo-push sila sa may bottom lane tapos split push yung West Point Esports, nahihirapan sila ng sobra sa macro play na yon dahil naka-Baron empowered recall yung Naos. Pero nung Elder Dragon yung nakuha nila tapos syempre more reason na avoid nila yung fight and go for split push, so the plan didn't really change, the execution didn't really change. And what the biggest catalyst was them knowing that Naos Esports is gonna go for the Baron.
Oh my goodness, man. Like, it just had to end that way. Wow, okay.
Grabe.
So, 2014 World Championships, remember what Fnatic did in order to get the base of OMG? It still kind of feels like that sort of vibe. But the difference here is that WP Academy finished the job and they have smiles on their faces. That was a base defense that I would commend Naos Esports because there was a good amount of respect because it kind of feels like there was supposed to be an equalizer at the middle, but the equalizer was forced in the Baron pit. But yeah, there was some priority there to get the waves first, but it was just too late. The Nexus was already open, And my goodness, WP Academy, your mental prowess should be at the Hall of Fame right now, because the mistakes that Asivid committed, the times that Devoured got picked off, it was still nothing. Soul and Elder Dragon was collected by Now's Esports. That was a meal ticket, Mr. Giang Gaming.
And actually, I don't think West Point Esports Academy is that pressured. Yeah, they're feeling pressure, but I don't think they're even slightly getting overwhelmed by it. They seem so calm, collected, decisive, and well coordinated still. I think instead of being nervous or pressured, they were in the zone. They didn't care about anything. Every other senses were dropped. Everything that is unrelated to the game was dropped. Ganun katindi. Diba? It's like when you're a race car driver, tapos andun na, medyo malapit na sa finish line, you just zone in. Wala, lahat parang nagsuslow mo. And it seems like everything is slower, you are faster, you can react faster as well. Parang ganun sila bigla. Ang galing. Man. And I can't wait to like VOD review this, maybe make a video about this as well. I'm gonna be sharing this to Coach Rec for sure. He's gonna love digesting this. Kasi sobrang high mechanics ang game na ito.
Yeah,
and the way
absolutely.
it ended is just might be the best as well so far.
It was an actual masterclass of macro gameplay for two humongous teams that are standing above everyone else. But who's standing above Now's Esports is WPE Academy. And there's no other narrative that we can draw out here from moving forward. Young Gaming, that was a preview of a possible grand finals, and I am all in for it. That was a fight that was least expected that was going to be the outcome, but it ended in a way that everybody was flabbergasted, surprised, dumbfounded. I couldn't even lay an inch of a finger in that game to tell you guys how outreach I am in making sure that I am still in emotion. I'm still emotionally intact. I am still outside trying to recur all of the happenings, what led to the mistake after mistake. Man, oh man, that was not for the faint of heart, man.
Sabi nga ni Wimsy Dale, hindi na daw makahinga. Pati si Eliza, hirap na, sobrang kinabahan. I mean, sure ako ang daming kinabahan sa game na ito, especially mga dulong moments. The last remaining minutes of that game was so intense, and I think more people deserve to see what happened. Kaya talagang yung ganda. Mas nakakatuwa makita ito. I can't wait to see them battle. Hopefully I want to see them battle tomorrow or something. Ang ganda. Sobrang technical ng laban. And it's so rare to see that. Honestly. Because ilan lang yung mga tournaments na makikita natin talaga eh. And mas magiging thankful tayo sa Predator Gaming for this Predator League 2026 League of Legends eh. Kasi we have been blessed to see this kind of gameplay by both of them. And
my goodness, man.
Ang dami nangyari, parang domino effect from Capybara.
Mas lalong lalaki pa to. This is what excites me. Legit. Hindi pa ito yung punong dulo ng lahat ng to. And I can't believe we are going to relive it, Giang Gaming. Take a look at the highlight. This was the first team fight that was so technically prepared by WP Academy that there was not much movement here from Now's Esports. And this was the zoning unbreakable will here from Azabed. Not only was it from the Weaver's wall, but he was able to separate Galata from his teammates as well. Look at Mikey Han and as well as Fabi from this one. So that zone that was so good. Yeah, there was absolutely nothing that Dawn could do. But this was nothing compared to what Dawn was capable of during the mid to late game. If you're seeing this right now and thinking, oh yeah, this is a WP easy win, you haven't seen most of the highlights yet.
Kasi yung mga bandang dulo, dun na natin yung kapit bisig nila, grabe talaga. Like, dude, they held on for a good, 5-8 minutes? defending their base, waiting patiently for the time that West Point Esports actually makes a mispositioning. Not even a mistake, just a mispositioning. And they came back hard. But despite that, when the odds are not in the favor of West Point, looks like iba talaga yung level of competitiveness sa environment naman sa kanila. It's something that Devoured mentioned when they were interviewed in our national tournament. Sabi niya, mataas talaga ang standard sila pagdating sa League of Legends kasi yung environment nila playing against international teams, international players, scrimming against them, and also joining many tournaments, being having experience internationally as well. Dun na sila sanay. So yun yung hinahanap nila. And I think in this case, ito yung pinakamalapit so far dun, but it's still not enough to actually shake them off. Kasi they know the solutions towards the problems despite the problems being very
Oh my
hazard.
god, we're seeing it again. Here it is. Mist was so close to dying,
Mas may
and
GA.
before he got pummeled by the Elder Buff, he got a last laugh from that auto attack. And where did we draw the line where West Point Esports was the clear-cut winner? That bottom side push before Azevid got picked. I couldn't believe that this was the ending of the scoreline of Naos and as well as West Point. 15-19. At one point, it
I
was
can't even
like
believe
what?
na-
Just single digits from Naos.
Dude, I can't even believe na under what? 40 kills tayo this game. After all the amount of team fights that happened. Intense team fights pa. And the longest game ever. Dude, the previous game had like 37. This has a much lower kill score. And 28 minutes lang yun. Our first game was 27 minutes pero 53 kills yung meron sa buong game na yun. This reached
Man.
43 minutes?
Almost. Reaching into
Damn.
that pinnacle where there should be already a winner by the time it reached 30 minutes. Gian Gaming. That was already set in stone. But now esports really truly believe that there is no true ending to a story where someone doesn't have a hold of the pen writing it. My God, West Point Esports, they delivered some hard-hitting League of Legends. Now Esports definitely delivered as well. But West Point will be having their hands up in the air as they celebrate this momentous win. Match MVP. Who is it going to be?
Well deserved.
Well deserved from Agrona. Both him and Azeved really zoned out the hard-hitting members of Naos Esports. And that 24,000 damage was no joke of an achievement.
Yung pinakamalupit pa dito, the time that Naos Esports were ahead, he didn't actually die. Yung sa base race na lang. Doon na lang siya namatay. Ganun katindi yung impact din niya. And he was actually even calling some of the shots to split push. Or at least siguro kasi usually yung shot caller nila si Devoured or si Azevid. So he's really following the plan to the T despite the pressure. Maybe even in spite the pressure, because of the pressure. Parang mas nag-init bigla yung West Point Esports. And I just love the level of competitiveness ng West Point Esports. Just want to see more of them as well. And same goes for Naos Esports. I think they had a really, really good game today. Despite them losing, that was one hell of a game.
That was indeed a hell of a game that we will all remember and we would talk about after generation after generation. Recap of the days. I would really love to see what was the fallout here for the games that we played today. From the first match that we saw Gian Gaming, it was absolutely unexpected from that outcome against from MCOM and against Trailang. That was just the tip of the iceberg for more emotions to come. And if that was not enough, take a look at what happened in the second game. Fervent really dominated the ranks of Life is Roblox. And I thought that we were sure. I thought it was supposed to be a one-sided day for every team here. But take a look at that main event. It really truly lived up to the hype, Gian Gaming, because WP Academy made sure that they're still hands up against everybody, man. They are still they are still the kings of League of Legends as we speak right now.
Iba talaga, kumbaga, wala, sila pa rin. Sila pa rin and in a good reason as well. I think that their level is just so high right now, and they keep on scaling, they keep on growing, they keep on improving, they keep on working on their mistakes. And even after this win, especially after this win, despite them winning, they're gonna bother me with look for their mistakes, analyze it as well, and make sure this never happens again. Ganun katindi yung environment na meron sa kanila. Wins aren't wins. Them not one-sidedly beating down an opponent is a loss para sa kanila. A close game is a loss for them. Ganun katindi.
Man. All right, now let's take a look at what's next now here for Predator League 2026, because the day has been concluded. It is now finished. It is now history that the teams that will advance towards the top 4, it's going to be WP Academy at the top, followed by MCOM, Fervent, and Naos Esports. We bid goodbye to Life is Roblox and Try Lang. And that is it, man. Like, I just really couldn't believe that this is now the outcome of today's matches, man. I would want to relive it if it meant enjoying the games once more. But there should be some forward progress into our tournament at Giang Gaming. WP sits atop, MCOM, Fervent, and Naos. That is a triple threat of a matchup that they need to get better at, because whatever is awaiting at the presence of WP Academy, I'm pretty sure they are well prepared for it. So that is it for Swiss Stages, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Giang Gaming, meron nga pala tayong produkto dito na courtesy of Predator, Acer Predator rather, na gusto nga nating ihayag sa ating mga viewers dyan. Yan ang Predator X34 and X39. With you getting the X34, you will be powered by the 0.05 millisecond response time, tapos 180 Hz pa yan. Pag kinuha mo naman yung X39, 1440p, 0.01 millisecond response time, 240 Hz QD OLED pa yan. Fit for everyone, fit for anyone. My goodness, pre, pang esports nga naman talaga yan. So get yours now at any Acer retail store, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, and any Acer retail stores near you. That is X34 and X39.
Sobrang solid ng products, kasing solid ng game natin, yung last game natin. Man, for me, it's just a wonderful time. I also did enjoy shoutcasting with you, and I look forward to seeing more of the prowess ng teams natin. Thankful ako, as always, especially to Predator Gaming, to TNC, for making this happen. It's the legit big thing to para sa akin and to everyone sa League of Legends community. Yung magkaroon tayo na ganitong tournament, we will take it to the heart. And I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, thank you so much for the League of Legends community for sharing their support in everyone's games today. Thank you so much for Acer Predator for continuing to support the scene that is League of Legends Philippines, to TNC Events for the amazing broadcast, and to my partner Giang Gaming. It has been an amazing Swiss stage, and because of that, it's playoffs time tomorrow. This is Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Saboteur Giang wishes you guys goodbye and have a nice day.